Alright, how's everyone doing? I haven't spoken yet today. Ugh. Ugh. Morning voice. Ugh. Yes, hi cat. You are a cat. Are you gonna behave? Hey. How's everybody doing? Good to see all you. Oh, back on my BG3 bullshit. Hey Gideon, hey Danny, hey Lady Vex, hey Sora, Aaliyah, Mystic Lion, Superman, Sabonis, Kels, anyone else who might be lurking about. That's the right scene. There you go. Hello. Let's continue Jack Ingoff. Now, I don't remember how far I got into this run. It's been a few days, so I'm gonna have to piece together what I was even doing. But we're doing the John of all sins run, which is a jack of all trades, except we're trying to romance as many people as possible.
What could they accomplish?
I got that husky voice DLC, something like that. Morning to all that celebrate. I don't celebrate. I dread. Okay, Kevin, what are you doing? Man. Viewpoint anyone need? Oh, in game? Oh, not yet. Alright, let's look at the journal. Or can you stop? Where did I even put the fucking? There's the fucking. I have the spray bottle. I hate. Now let's go save Balin. That's something that gives XP. I hope I run at a good weekend.
At the ready. I should get a mask.
Back to backseat all your necromancing needs. Does Kevin celebrate morning? I think he does. Hey, Solo, how are you? Man, I miss Mocktang my Virtute. It had been too long.
Sharp, deep, and still fresh. Need to find a way forward. Scroll.
That's definitely not for this run. As always, relevant commands are in the title. Think the command needs updating? No, it doesn't, because it's not in the title. Drink beer with my brother had 8% ABV. Sounds like a good time. Everything in moderation.
What are you doing? Get out of there!
Decided to go Battle Master for Shadow Blades. Discovered Hunter's Mark deals weapon damage type as well. So psychic in this case, Grimskull Helm is great for that, and anti-crit concentration enables change conduit. Considering unbreakable concentration matches perfectly. Unbreakable concentration? What, did you go Stars Druid? But yeah, keep in mind that heavy armor proficiency is not out of reach on rogues, and your rogue can also get Hunter's Mark from the hunting shortbow, even without that. But if you wanted to go that route, you certainly can. The both of you. Menaces today.
Oh, I'm all right. Yeah. God. Ah, right. Ta.
Fighter is high con saves, ashamed to admit them using shade clearing armor for saving throws. No shame in that. Just keep in mind that is not unbreakable. Like, you can have very good constitution saves. Like, the magic threshold to kind of clear is +8 in advantage, and with proficiency you get up to +4. Shade Clinger takes care of your advantage, so at that point you only need +4 to saving throws to deal with most concentration saves. But remember, as soon as you take something that is enough to move the DC for your concentration up from 10 to even just 11, there's a chance. And even outside of that, you always have the chance of that 1 in 400.
Right. Stolen.
Stars Druid is the one that can go unbreakable.
His hands are
But
empty as a whole. We'll have to send him
I
back
am
soon
a
enough.
big proponent of you don't need unbreakable concentration unless you're intentionally taking damage. So you're right to value that your concentration will be very hard to break on fighter. Just note that it's not unbreakable.
Collecting noble stock. Go on then. You wonders for the shop.
Trying to remember what I have and haven't done in this this loot loop. Also my plans for levels. Exile. I think I wanted to take a rogue for level 5. For dialogue purposes. So we'll work towards that.
I'm shooting arrows.
How you doing, Hazel?
Then this other guy twirls his fingers and so
I do have inspos.
in magic. Because I ain't wasting arrows. Not me.
Wait. Hang on. There was a reason that I wasn't doing this. Entertainer. Huh. I have to beat Crusher in the fight for the inspo. And then intimidate him to make him kiss my feet afterwards. I'll want to have crit immunity for that. Oh, still no Crusher's Ring for a bit. I'm bad at using a
Have to keep going.
mouse and keyboard after
Looks like the booze got the better of them.
controller gaming
They're
for
practically unconscious.
E33. The armor persistence, free elixir, slot for resistance, anyone can still break it, ascended draft. Lots of things. Orin if she knocks you prone. Saravok if he does Deathbringer's Assault and rolls well, or if the Bazigal is already dead. Cazador's Blight. Raphael even without ascending. Yurgir and Sir. Seal Watchers. Any Hellfire. Guess I haven't done the Arcane Tower yet.
Better be cautious. What do I have to lose? Don't waste a step.
Like, again, you dropping your concentration will be very unlikely, but it is possible. I wouldn't view it as unbreakable. Any prone, I guess. Doesn't BG3 have controller support? Yeah, but I don't want to use a controller. And there's a lot of tech you can't do with a controller that you can with mouse and keyboard. Even outside of that. Swapping off the Githyanki plate, which is a rare occurrence, but I don't want disadvantage on stealth. This is like the only stealth check in the game that I actually care about, outside of Greater Invis.
Best be careful.
No sign of the others yet. Do you think the fight up front went bad? You're talking that way.
Time to press ahead.
For Dissonant Whispers was guaranteed damage, but he saved and I rolled like shit.
I'll strike you down.
Okay, that's better.
Something good here. I hope.
Hey, Red say thank you for the Prime in the 7 months.
What's inside? I'm done. I can't wait to sleep.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Never wanted the easy path. Time to rest.
get double hand crossbows yet.
Oh, thank you, thank you. What?
Waiting to get my action back. It does unfortunately mean he has an opportunity to heal. But risk I was willing to take. Oh no, Capo's got him. Cool, thanks. Yep.
Can't risk being in open
And your birdies. And your dogs. Let me out, you bunch of...
Keeping track of which spell book I got which thing from. Certainly an ordeal.
Even your cake is boring. And your dogs. Let me out, you bunch of softies.
Wasn't far enough for boom to actually happen.
They're gonna burn this. God could probably stick your head back or get me out of here. Then I'm
Never wanted
gonna
the
be
easy
sorry.
path.
Every one of you.
And I'm free. Free ball. Experience chafing. Promise?
Any questions, children?
Can I do this? It's a shame you can't ping Saza. I cannot say that I agree.
His eyes flicker to your...
I should speak up.
Well, Mike, I heard you saved Arabella from the Druids. And we're happy to be helped. I want to... anything else?
Darkness arrows. Well, doesn't have anything I really need right now.
Anything else? You've been...
Okay, we picked up the Steal the Idol quest.
Let's see what this does.
I could maybe handle Joaquin's Rest. Maybe. Kinda on the fence if I want to do that, though. Yeah, manly tier. That's right.
I don't need any attention right now. Should get started. Time to press ahead. Maybe I need more pockets.
Taste stranger. Not food. Now make me an offer.
For money.
Well spoken. Indeed. Ogre kill everyone around.
What's that?
As well, multi-class it to everything. That is what the run is. That's the joke. Violated the separation of church and state and doing my work this morning on my gaming PC. Disgusting. How dare you? Some things are sacred. Not that, but I'm sure something is. Let me know when you figure out what, though.
Apart from an over, the coin disappeared.
I already thought of everything. I'm very particular about if I'm doing like a run with a rule set. I think about it for a long time. That's why I still haven't done a dungeon lock run, because I'm still not quite satisfied with the rules there. I gotta ponder more. Hey, Roxy.
What's in here?
Let's do Arcane Tower now. Games is so fucking bloated, recently uninstalled, swears like 25 gigs.
Swift as
It's
my
a fucking
feet can carry
Activision
me.
game. Teams by Activision. It sounds like a real thing. I don't like that it sounds like a real
Stuck
thing.
to the end.
Wait, so I went to the Arcane Tower, I just never actually looted the Featherfall boots. Okay, good job past me.
With a flick of the wrist.
Yeah, I will not be going into detail on any Expedition 33 spoilers. I expect chatters to do the same. But I enjoyed the game. It's worth your time, especially unspoiled.
Wish I had a bag of holding. Still breathing, despite everything.
You do share your experience with certain boss. You said you're doing your own off-stream time, though, so you don't stream it because it's worth sharing with the audience. Just saying. Yeah, you see, we're gonna have to disagree on part of that. Chat made my experience of playing that game worse. Just worse. So, disagree.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
I'm just gonna play offline. Do it. Like, I know would have broken a leg or both getting to Arcane Tower. I took some fall damage, see? Yeah, I changed weapons. How you doing, Hollow?
I sense magic. But where? Did that just transform?
Now I got my Featherfall boots. The boots with the Featherfall. Everybody in the club is wondering if he can ball. Hire me. I'll put another thing in the chest and take it out. XP. I took this stuff. Wait, did that chest just transform? Put another thing in. Took it out. XP. Confirming the functionality of the chest gives you XP. It's also an inspo for certain backgrounds. Is that a bug? No. A game mechanic. The chest transforms items, but only while they're in the chest. So the items you loot from the chest are already transformed. Your character comments when you take the items, because the things you got were not the things that were in there. So by putting an item in of your own, you know what it is before going in. It changes to something else, you take it out again, it's the item you put in again. Which is you confirming that it does what you think it does, and that gives you XP. Why would that be a bug?
Need something else?
I do, Roa. Big magic missile. But she's got the goods, as per usual. Recovering from yesterday. Originally wanted to visit a con today. Canceled due to lack of sleep. Health is important. Good job taking care of yourself. Adrian. Do I want to part with my heavy crossbow yet? I don't. Not until I get a better one. Did I save what's his dick?
These things have stayed interesting.
Don't remember if I did. I did not.
At least give me a sword! We want you dead!
Here
You
it is.
dead knuckle! Not dead and heroic.
Thank.
A scrying eye. Best not do anything suspicious while it's watching.
Exploit effect staying on weapon after respec, a bug or not. This function doesn't have weapon after respec. I don't know if it's a bug or not. Something they've attempted to change, so I suppose it's a bug, but like, does it matter?
Go on here, fool, did ya? Spears are sharp. The lads are all riled up and ready.
What the fuck is a dump knuckle? If your dumps look like knuckles, you may have a problem. Body modifications have gone too far, in your opinion? Squeezing shapes.
Can't we just swarm the forest?
Money, please.
So, I'm shooting arrows at this dwarf. It's great. Then this other guy swirls his...
On my way.
I guess I'll clip that. Spoiled by my last run,
So that's progress.
playing a dwarf, just having poison resistance all the time. Very comfortable.
That's a friendly looking shadow. If not over, then through.
I just bound weapon, apply the curse with attacks of a respec, that's cool, and also use charisma for damage rolls, I guess. If it does work that way, then yeah, I would use charisma, which is not necessarily an upgrade. Like, I'm currently playing a hexblade, and I haven't hexed my weapon that I'm using because I don't want it to go off my charisma. For some reason, it is a widely held belief that charisma scaling is an upgrade. I think some people assume that it's like you get the benefit of both charisma and strength. It's like, no, you don't. It's usually just worse. Because it's very easy to get your strength higher than your charisma. Currently I'm using an elixir, but even without that, my strength is higher than my charisma. Question: last night, the honor run of doing with a friend went to visit Mr. Carey and just staying in his room. Suddenly, everyone became hostile. Any ideas as to how, why? It was completely random. We just finished our business with them getting Cloak of the Weave. Mr. Carrion doesn't have Cloak of the Weave, so you're misremembering at least one detail. Standing around as I was looking stuff up, you're leaving something out. Weave item he sells, which is not the Cloak of the Weave. So, like I was saying, you are misremembering at least one detail about that. There's information you're leaving out. He doesn't go hostile for no reason. Now, you said you're playing with a friend, so did they send you a stolen item? Or did one of you send a stolen item to each other? Or is someone in the group progressing the quest with Carrion?
Out of sight, out of
Or
mind.
lockpicking things? Or you're leaving out information. Remembers that Karlak had her weapon out? Well, it wasn't that, so something else happened. One of you in the game did something. Actively. What's my scroll situation look like? I don't have any Clouds of Daggers. Nor do I have Alert.
With haste.
Same with my 11 Paladin, Oathbreaker, 1 Hexblade. Red, it was a lot like Charisma Focus. Yeah, even with the Hate Aura, I still preferred
Or maybe a bit
right? Because 27 from elixir. Again, even without the elixir, strength scaling is better than charisma scaling. Because the highest you can get your charisma to in Baldur's Gate 3, at least unmodded, 24. Might be able to get 26 as a Mind Flayer, but I've not really delved into that. And I don't think you can. You can get strength to 27 with the elixir, 26 solo without the elixir, 30 if you're in Slayer form. In party play, you can get to 28 without the elixir. But, like...
Looks like a Saloonite necklace.
That's on top of strength having more value, because it also impacts your throwing of objects and of people, your shoving, your carry weight, your jump distance. Strength is better. It's planned for Mr. Inkoff here. It's gonna have one level in every class by the end. Planning on level 5 being Rogue for some dialogue options and for some skill checks. Also, Sneak Attack will be a nice little damage bump. Thinking level 6 will be Cleric for dialogue options and for utility spells.
Step careful. Weapon blueprints. They call for Sousa bark. Come on, open up.
Spoke to him about the Codex and brought the Hood of the Weave. Weren't engaging with the Lady Janeth quest stuff. What about the Mystic Carrion quest that you talked to Mystic Carrion about? Calm down, Crate. Or continue to be agitated. That's fine too. Live your truth. Finesse weapons scale off dex. Don't remember if one type does or they're all strength. So the finesse property gives a weapon the ability to scale off of dex or strength, whichever one is higher. So if your dex is higher than your strength, then finesse weapons will use dex instead of strength. But then, you know, scaling overrides, like Pact Weapon, will override that as well. So it'll still end up being charisma. The exception to that is Monk has a scaling override that can go after Pact Weapon. If your dexterity is greater than your strength, then even with a Pact Weapon, it will not use charisma. It will use dexterity. Oh, just necromancy thing and trading is because I locked the stone door to get in, just idle in there after that. Shouldn't be that, but again, Mystic Lion, I'm going to repeat for you once again. You are leaving details out. If you don't remember those details, well, then it was something in those. I wasn't there. I couldn't tell you what you did. One of you did something. What that thing could be, I don't know. Again, I was not there. If it's possible to yoink the trident of the depths of the water mermaid and carry? Yes, it is. Go for some more goblins, but really there's some substantive XP sources. I guess I could go for the flint. I don't think I've used my Lithodemark yet today. Let's go get the breastplate +1. In case shit gets bad. I shouldn't forget. I gotta sip the old lady's gruel. It's what Johnny would do.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
Yeah, best to fill your belly now while we.
How many people are dumb enough to ask?
Cruel summer.
All right, time to skulk about.
Cruel dinner. Nice.
Let's get going. Softer than a whisper.
Not having Blade Ward already is a bit of a routing error, but
That's the symbol of the Absolute, marked in blood. Breathe quiet. Move with care. Time to press ahead.
good initiative.
The shock of you see Knowles see your whole world as a meal. This voice is a memory buried.
Reliable source of voice.
Power courses through you.
Same pack.
Authority.
Sensing its hoe, a shiver.
Sensing its hoe, a shiver. Thinking about my Eldritch Knight, and I could pick up Tavern Brawlers at 3rd feet after all, and a 16 con would be pretty cool. Even if I don't play a thrower primarily, it'll happen here and there. I might pick up Savage Attacker 12, might take Max Wind if you recommend it. Those sound like options. I mean, can't reach destination.
Hear that? Someone's fighting the gnolls. We should help.
The Rat Bat Cleanse. I should have thrown the Alchemist Fire there instead, but hindsight. Really? Just mind my own business, man. Really want to use another bomb yet.
Here goes nothing.
A low roll is good.
This calls for careful footwork.
That's not a low roll. I don't want you to see me. Thank you. Eight, and you're burning. I needed one more damage. Like, just one. Like, specifically just one more damage. Awkward. trying to use resources I care less about right now. But you put me in a position where I have to use things I do care about. So well played, Flint. Should maybe have gotten spell slots too. But whatever.
Alright, time to skulk about.
By the... Are any of my crew still alive out there? This whole risen road's more dangerous than... We're bound for Baldur's Gate. Listen, tell the fellow on the door. Little serpent.
I do every day. I've given you 1 damage already, don't be greedy. Taking him down with AoE damage to minimize the risk and Flint going bonkers on you after. Well, there was no real risk on that at all, because Flint doesn't win that fight. Against all of the other gnolls, Flint doesn't win. Not unless you are killing the gnolls yourself. But the idea was the gnoll hunters, the archers, are the biggest threats. Now, Flint herself is one, but since she's on the opposing side of the combat, there's 3 other ones. Taking her side for the first turn to get them to weaken each other and group up, and then AoEing them all down on the second turn is safest.
Open up.
I did pick up Short Sword of First Blood, at least. Ollie's at full health, though. Not Ring of Flinging? I didn't.
This calls some careful footwork. I need a little extra edge. I don't need any attention right now. Don't want to draw any attention. One day I'll catch a break.
Killing Ollie quickly enough means Rugen will go hostile.
Something over there. Chests like that don't hold trinkets. There must be something valuable inside. On my way.
Expect Flynn to 1-turn kill you with 48 HP if you're to paralyze. Flynn can absolutely 1-turn kill you with 48 HP.
And move.
So, not only is there paralysis, which I'm not immune to, but let's look at this multi-attack ranged. 9 to 24. It's 3 separate attacks. I don't have critical hit immunity. This can kill me. Just this. Yeah, I have 1 piercing DR, but... Okay, that shaves off 1 damage on each instance. Flail of Paralysis can paralyze. She's also got an ability that I don't think she used. No, she did. Flail of Pain. Like, this is 45 damage without the crit, and it can crit. Oh no, sorry, this can't crit. This is just weapon action. So this can almost kill me by itself, but assuming I've taken any damage. AC is completely meaningless in this game without crit immunity, as Trade mentioned, and as Danny mentioned, 20 to 22 AC just straight up isn't good. Because think about the math behind... Hey, Atrix. Think about the math behind what 22 AC means. They can hit me if they roll a 19 and have +3 to their bonuses. That means any creature that's level 5 or higher can hit me on a 19. It means they don't even need to max roll to hit me. And that still means that on a 20, without my critical hit immunity, not only do they hit me for a hell of a lot more. AC is not an actionable strategy without crit immunity, and even with crit immunity is the least valuable defensive stat in a majority of situations, because it does not prevent damage. It does not give you the ability to survive more damage. It reduces the chances. And anything that is able to hit you without an attack roll, or even hit you on a failed attack roll, is bad. There are multiple attacks from enemies that hit you even when they miss you. Yrgir's legendary action hits you with radiant damage when it misses you. Yrgir's thunder damage AoE hits you with thunder damage when it misses you. Tenacity enemies, they hit you for bludgeoning damage when they miss you. I usually abbreviate this entire topic to armor class is a bad stat, but sometimes I expand. Well, let's just take it a nap, yeah. She also has a melee multi-attack that does the Psychic Paralysis Madness attacks all at once. See, I forgot that that is a thing, and I probably forgot that that's a thing because I saw it once and was like, I'm never getting in melee range of her again. I don't let her get turns, I don't let her take turns near me especially. I considered not drinking that speed pot and going to the high ground, but she could have done the multi-attack and killed me. Like 1 crit and 2 hits could have been enough to kill me there. So I chose to expend the resource instead. Killed these two? I don't think I have. Did feel very useful versus Gith though, granted as shield as a reaction, and I'm sure you had critical hit immunity, but also armor class of this amount is absolutely worthless against Gith. Because they can hit you when you have, the archers at least can hit you when you have up to 31 AC. 31 AC and crit immunity is what you need for armor class to be a good stat against Githyanki. Otherwise, genuinely, you may as well have none. And just go all in on actual mitigation. That's psychic resistance, that's slashing resistance, that's piercing resistance, that's damage reduction to missiles. That's damage reduction as a whole. But the reason why shield as a spell is so good is because armor class is a bad stat. Shield allows you to expend your reaction and a first level spell slot to get the amount of AC you get from stacking AC in every slot available. Like, That's slapping on a ring of protection, a bracing band, a cloak of protection, wondrous gloves, and evasive shoes all at once. That's why it's good. Sure, Lexar. Got a dip. Have a good one, Hollow. Theory crafting cleric build without orbs, with ham and warding bonds. Whenever I can dual wield something useful just by lack of shield. Do you have any ideas? Any particular reason you're not using a shield? Like, I don't see how that conflicts with any of the restrictions you were laying out for yourself there. Did you specifically want to dual wield? If so, Defender Flail. Defender Flail gives you 1 armor class and 1 physical damage reduction. You can just equip the Defender Flail in one hand with dual wielder, and you'll have the same AC as if you were wearing a shield. A regular shield. Not like one of the 3 AC shields, but a regular one. But the not using radiating orbs part is easy. Just use better items.
Need anything else? Always happy to help those who follow the first sermon.
Hey, Cloud of Daggers. Exactly what I wanted to see. I may need to buy at least a Revivify. At some point, too. Let's see. Aaron would have one being so toxic, he would. Defender Flail looks like it's not worth it. Huh? Because with dual wielder provides the same AC as a shield, so I basically trade a feat for a +1 to flat damage reduction. Is that really worth it? So, did you forget about your other hand? And also, there are no shields that give damage reduction. Except for Zarel's, and that only applies to spells. Also, like, you can attack with your offhand weapon. Can't attack with your shield. Why would that not be worth it? I don't understand. Like, but back to the original question, is there a reason you can't use a shield?
Not as bad as it could have.
I heard Bark is right, I did.
That's a friendly looking shadow. Best be on my way.
Good old cursed BG3 chat. Terrible initiative. Probably doesn't kill me. Maybe. Yeah, you ran back in for some reason. Sure.
boots have seen everything. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Breathe deep and move. How much further can I go?
I'm shooting arrows at this. Then this other guy swirls his fingers and some light comes. What's the tick got to be said to that?
Making progress.
Something's on my mind.
You looking to spend it?
A kid. Buy from Aaron instead, but wondering if I can deplete those. Alright. Any tieflings that I want to toss? Aside from Carla. I gotta deal with that now. Toss this. Got him.
Until Roland shows off his
Blood follows me everywhere.
Depends. How many people are dumb enough to ask?
Just a modest little XP harvest. You.
Any questions, children?
Die if I met Eroica reeking of this place. Never get the smell out of my clothes. Have to burn them.
Cool. Emelec.
Never mind.
One where they get railings for these dangerous walkways. The Gortash passed the sweeping deregulation legislation. Say that 5 times fast. What rail on dangerous walkways? Going from getting head to being a headline.
Never a dull moment. Just out of view. You picked the wrong fight, friend. Softer than a whisper. Moving in.
I will. Still gotta go down there and walk with him, but let me loot this chest first.
What's hiding here?
So the reason we do that is this is a way to get Will in his designated position in the grove without breaking his AI and also without him having to go through the front door. If you try to like pick up his corpse, jump over, put the corpse down, revive him, his AI doesn't work. He needs to like actually make the trip. But he can make the trip from here. And it works fine. It is a little expensive gold-wise, because that was 3 Revivify scrolls. I bought a 4th just in case I needed it. Can also throw cancel him up the cliff, but that requires learning the trick, which can be tedious. Have you confirmed that that doesn't break his AI?
Don't be grumpy, Roland.
Do most runs? Good to know.
I am not grumpy. The scowl on your face will find control. You're an idiot. Feel for it. My current hexed weapon. Preferably I want to hit level 5 like from Raphael. So I still want to get about 500 XP here. Take your time. Get a feel for it.
I could go for Bawal, but that's it's a lot of variables. And given this is a run where I can't have alert, initiative does become a concern. think about the no feet part. It's basically the only reason Jack of all trades is a challenge.
Need something else?
Guess Glyph would have been okay in that null group. What I really want is more Cloud of Daggers. Maybe Blurg. Buy an Invis, so I have an out if I should need one. Large, because those are funny. And I think I want to make sure I learn that. I pick up wizard level.
Play.
I'm a bard, I could do the Droraxlin dialogue for a little bit, I guess. I always forget the options that are safe here. Surely it'll be fine. I'm not a Githyanki, so. Droraxlin.
The hobgoblin. You taste the visions, the elves.
If it is,
He doesn't.
you ever talk to a dead school? Damn, we've.
You said the artifact does not want to part from you.
Then take it.
You read the hideous corpse rises, tentacles writhing.
Alright, let's see. I'm pretty sure the wiki page on this is actually actionable. Because I want to internalize this information this time. Okay, that page doesn't have it, and I don't care enough to look more. What are you doing, Favorite?
The creature
I saw it too. Get on the hunt.
Why are the Gith chasing the ship?
What?
Suspicion floods Raxlin's mind. Your brain howls. Another
Killed you.
The corpse. Irritate.
Alright. That's what I had wanted to do, but I just wanted to make sure that none of those were particularly wrong answers. So, it is in there. But it's good to verify.
I wonder if they mean that odd part.
Why is Dror so emotional? Must be on the racks. Men, am I right? Sorry. Males.
That might be worth a look.
Barons love doing that.
Have to keep going.
So we got Leviatar's love. Probably try to toss a few goblins here. You ever realize you've had luck at the firearms turned off since Act 1? Yes, actually. Oh.
Should mind my step.
Don't get too comfortable, you horrible sacks of muck. Drow might need us anytime.
I might not get It's Your now, because I moved him.
I'm shooting arrows at his dwarf.
Is he also called the weak?
This other guy swirls his fingers.
Another step forward.
Let's go check Blurg. Gotta be more evidence.
Perhaps Amelia is right. I should get a mask.
I need a quick word.
Welcome back. Have you made... I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection...
It's got
is
Sleet
to your
Storm. I'll
liking.
bag that so I don't have to worry about finding one of those later. We'll want Psychic Spark. The Baneful could be good once I get my monk level. So does that mean I take monk at 5 for combats that I've taken rogue? No, I'll take... It's actually tough. 5 is going to be either monk, rogue, or cleric, and 6 is going to be, you know, one of those as well. Probably 7 too. That's tough. It'll still be there later. Why do I need Sleet Storm for? I like using Sleet Storm for portal defense. Sometimes for Raphael.
No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
I didn't steal the strength pots over by Ethel. Have to do that. Haven't bought the corrosive flail yet. I really should do that. Caustic Band is probably worth getting this run, just not yet.
That's that then.
Funny seeing enemies slipping. How often do I play new games? To master the ones I know? I don't really believe anyone can master a game. Because that implies that a person believes they know everything about it. Like, you couldn't possibly. But, I play new games not super often, but sometimes. In terms of on stream, I will only stream things that I want to stream. So sometimes I'll play a new game that won't be for stream content. Sometimes it will be stream content. Depends on
Welcome back. Have you made any new discoveries?
how I feel about it in the moment.
So, it's curious to find truly
Are you looking to have open your mind?
As it fit.
That's the lava, and even without, but not to worry. The design was... But there may be a way to... But Timusks cause confusion in the... You must drink the entire...
The world loses its edges, its finer boundaries. Are fluid, but trapped. Your fear pierces your mind like knives of ice. The parasite digs deeper, as if it means to hollow out your skull. Hold the pit. The
That lava, such an outcome. I would offer it as a gift, but in truth, the ring is priceless. Is there anything you could offer me in return? I am afraid you have not offered any information I do not already possess.
Eventually it rolled fine.
I have never seen anything like it, Blur. I greet you, son child.
I don't need to buy that yet.
May your travel.
Did what, 25 HP damage to me? 7 and then 16. So it can be pretty dangerous to do at low HP. What next? About 400 to go. And sneak and make the sussy weapon. That's risky. I don't want to get in a fight with the hook horror right now. Bring Balin somewhere and kill him. Let's do that.
Try me.
Can't keep getting lost like that.
Softer than a whisper.
Your actions have not...
1 damage. Good old charisma scaling.
Moving ahead.
What will we do for work when we get to the city?
Whatever we want.
I think I'd make a fine teacher. What do you think? Sure. Bloody.
I'd die if I met Heroica reeking of this place. I'll never get the smell out of my clothes. I'll have to burn them.
Take your time. Get a feel for it.
This calls for careful footwork.
Hey, CT. How you doing?
Best be on my
Where
way.
am I going now? Good, how am I? Awake.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Kind of awake.
Open up. Armed scribes. But no. Don't want to draw any attention. Oh, hells. Something just woke up. Think you can take me on? Breathe deep and move.
Cheeky thing you can do is, if you get one of these guys to cast Fog Cloud, you can then just, if you have double hand crossbows, or, you know, dual wield melee weapons, but easier with double hand crossbows, just use main action to hide in the Fog Cloud, and then just bonus action shoot, and then hide again. Pretty silly counter. Oh. Go up to 14 damage. Rude. My actual hit's doing less damage than my tenacity. Double crossbows open up a ton of interesting gameplay. Yeah, being able to make an attack from range on your bonus action without consuming a resource is super valuable. The bow slot is very powerful, so there's of course trade-offs being made, and then hand crossbows have a more awkward proficiency for a lot of setups, and then also substantially less range and often less damage. So pros and cons, but it's a useful tool. Proof that armor class is a bad stat. I should mention that earlier I was talking about any creature that has +3 can hit me, but more accurately, any creature that has +1 can hit me without critting, because in Tactician and Honor mode. NPCs get that +2. Just flat. Does BG3 look so clean? It's a very pretty game, isn't it? Defensive stats are crushed for bad players? No, that's not true at all. Defensive stats are great. Armor class is just not a good defensive stat. Hey, doing shiniest.
I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
Played on release and loved it. Just forgot how nice it looks.
It seems they worshipped some.
Yeah, I'm not even running on like crazy settings or anything. The game just... It's a combination of art style and good lighting, especially. But it looks gorgeous.
A lot of effort to hide one sarcophagus.
Locking my FPS makes the game look even cleaner. Really enjoy the higher end graphical settings. When not trying to blast 240 plus frames, I bet. Can't wait to see what Larian cooks up next. Yeah, this was my first Larian game, but they've definitely won an interest in their future projects on my end. New Divinity? I don't really care if it's that or not. See, what I want in this game is a can't close hat slot so I can wear a dapper hat without needing to sacrifice a good hat. It does surprise me that they never added a transmog system. I would think that would be, like, very high in the queue, considering, you know, the same crowd that really likes photo mode would really like dress up. But I guess it just wasn't in the cards. First, just finished my first playthrough of Dossier. The game's so good, you should definitely give it a shot if you haven't. I've started playing it. It didn't interest me. Always down to give things additional chances, though. Some of my favorite games have been games that I didn't like on the first or second attempt. Like one of my favorite games of all time, Dragon Age Origins. I could not get into it until the third chance that I gave it. Hey Sunra, how are you? Guess we could do investigate Quag. It's me a little, not a lot. I should honestly consider fighting Ethel soon, so I can get this 17 dex to 18. But that can wait a little bit longer. Have I ever gotten the "this individual doesn't think highly of you" from Hostile Connor? I have. Once. DOS 2, I think it was just because it felt more simplistic coming from BG3. I'm sure that was a large part of it for me, yeah. We'll do high effort red cap management. Mocked for 210. I think I prefer the less RNG-ish system myself. So that's an argument I saw from a lot of people when BG3 was newer. People who had come from DOS 2 and didn't want to learn a different system were like, oh, everything's RNG. Meanwhile, here in challenge running, we don't leave anything to chance. So, like, the system is only as much RNG as you want it to be.
That should work.
Played a game 3 times for liking crazy. I mean, I gotta make sure I'm in the right headspace to try a new thing. And some games have a lot of mechanics to grasp before you can really get into it. Just like how some shows or movies might have a really slow first segment that if you give up in that time, then, well, you didn't really give it a chance. Fun to transform the RNG to less RNG gives you the vibe of controlling chaos, can take a while to learn, plus most players probably never play the game as much or in depth to realize how that's done. So they are making a surface level judgment unfairly. That's why I've always had an issue with that take. This system's too much RNG. It's like, no, you just, it goes back to how I prefaced what I said there with, like, give new thing chance. Don't want to learn a new system, be honest with yourself about that. Hey, Ladybugs, thank you for the 4 months.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Quag jiggling.
Jiggling. So things like this help showcase how Minor Illusion is just one of the most impactful spells in the game. These red caps, one of them does have hold person, and each of them does enough damage to kill me in about 2 rounds by themselves. So obviously, if I was fighting more than one, they could 1-round me. But by using Minor Illusion, I can lure them individually over here and then throw them into the water safely. And this allows me to get the XP from what would be a difficult fight to take at this point safely. I feel you on needing to be in the headspace for a new game. I hated Cyberpunk the first time I jumped into it, love it now. I've tried Kingdom Come Deliverance 3 times, can't get into it. Give it another chance at some point. Yeah, like with E33, I'm not going to gameplay specifics or story specifics, and chat follow suit because there's people who want to experience that for themselves. But part of why I held off on so long is because I had so many BG3 run ideas that I wanted to run while they were fresh. But part of it was I needed to be in the right headspace to do new thing. And I found myself in that headspace. So I did it all in the course of about a week. Not all, there's still more content in the game that I haven't done, but I did a playthrough in the span of about a week.
Let's move.
Early rewards, ability to skip certain pieces of content to make it enticing for doing honor mode. What, for, like, siding with the cult? Not really. Like, the only actual rewards are, well, you get a naughty scene with Minthara, but, like, aside from that, you get slightly faster tadpole progression, but it's actually overall detrimental because you miss out on a lot of unique gear, you miss out on a lot of XP, and sections of the game are just a bit emptier. The game's a little less populated. See, the thing with, some people will say that evil isn't rewarding in this game, and they're mostly wrong. But when it comes to things like choosing to raid the Grove in Act 1, they're right. When it comes to, like, Act 2 onwards, no, evil's just better. It's just straight up better. But that's starting from the end of Act 2. One more right now. Within 5 years, we could see a new Larian game. I hope so. I'm not rushing, though. Remember, we had 3 years of early access for just Act 1 for this game. 3 years. And that started 2 years after the announcement of the game being made. Let them cook.
Watch how you go.
I understand excitement, but don't be in a rush. Larian is anything, it's dedicated to their craft. Right. When Minthara was exclusive to the Raid the Grove route outside the Sheepthar, I think the reward was Minthara as a companion. You would trade huge chunks of content, a lot of XP, a lot of gear, for the strongest companion. Because Minthara is the strongest companion. The only ones in the conversation are Astarion, Gale, Karlach with her, but, like, Minthara is the strongest companion. And I'm not talking narratively, I'm talking in terms of game mechanics, which he's given access to. What does Minthara get? An ability called Soul Branding. She can use a bonus action to give bonus fire damage and movement speed to herself or an ally that's holding a weapon. The bonus fire damage applies to their next attack, or more accurately, when you do a weapon attack, Soul Branding is consumed if the attack is successful. And you lose the the movement speed and the damage, but it is not consumed by throwing. This doesn't have a cooldown, doesn't cost anything other than a bonus action. She could just do that. It's a thing she can do. So that means in terms of contributing to damage output, the only one who provides more if you squint is Astarion if he ascends in Act 3. Otherwise, Minthara is contributing the most damage. And she's also contributing movement speed. They were working on this for 5+ years before release, 2 years after release. It's changed significantly since release, mostly for the better, but of course there are always new bugs. Of course, game dev is hard. And, you know, a squeaky wheel gets the grease, as I've complained about so many times. But ultimately, they updated this game for 2 years post-release after a long development cycle. And they did it for free and kept fleshing it out because they wanted to, and then they stopped when they didn't want to. When they didn't want to continue. So I'm inclined to just let them use whatever timetable they want, because they know what they're doing. They'll need to get a little more XP. Not much. A little more. Let's find some goblins.
I'm shooting arrows at this dwarf. It's
I not enjoy walking around Minthara. She's such a downer. No, I really like Minthara's dialogue. She's a good example of the evil teammate who is not like, oh, can fix her. No, you can't. She's just evil, but she's not crazy. And I think that's very interesting.
I'll give it a shot.
He's the funniest person I know. I love that line. Yeah. AI can make game development faster. Hard pass. It can also make it worse. And AI doesn't create, it steals. So, no.
Can't risk being in open view.
Can't change her to me, that feels a little flat. Why so?
Can't slow down.
We already have a bunch of other companions who are very much, you can affect how they turn out with various choices available to the player. That doesn't need to be everybody. We have a few companions that you can mold and a few companions that you can't. I think it'd be boring if everyone was the same in that regard. Generative AI is an environmentally devastating plagiarism machine. Yes, and not a single bit of that is exaggeration.
Tell me where your hideout is. Ain't so hard.
I need about 200 XP. Maybe I can catch Zerga. Oh, I haven't freed Volo yet. I guess I could do that.
Don't go bothering my pigeon. What's it to ya?
The mark glows, but you...
But, he...
I guarantee the story of your daring rescue of my pet. We mustn't tarry.
Not ever needs to be moldable. With Minthara, I don't see or learn how she got to be what she is, right? Walking around in Act 3, just one cynical remark after another. You could talk to her, though. You can get lots of information on how she ended up how she is. Just like how you don't get the backstory of other companions just by listening to them talk as you walk around. You gotta, like, click on them. But here we can know her motivations. You can know Minthara's motivations, too. Just, like, talk to her.
Death won't take me yet.
Minthara grew up in Drow society where the reality of her existence is control everything or die trying. The only thing you can trust is your own power. And, like, a big through line with her personal storyline in this game is autonomy. That's a shared theme with a bunch of the other characters, but, like, with the mind control situation, and then also, in light of what Drow society looks like, she is very much a person who does not want anyone to take control of her or her life from her. So she has chosen, and it's not like an insanity thing like with Orin, for example. She has chosen that the way she will do that is like world domination shit. And we very much know that she's in her right mind because she is also the most emotionally intelligent of the companions, and she has near perfect reads on what makes all of the other people in the camp tick. She openly expresses empathy at several points. Both empathy and sympathy. Even for her enemies. It's not going to stop her from trying to take over the world, but Empathy 1. Her dialogue about Karlak's situation comes to mind. She's absolutely heartbroken by shit Karlak has to go through. Like, she will even cry about it if you as Karlak are romancing her. She will sympathize with the things that led Ketheric down the road he was led. Struggles with the gods being a cosmic plaything. Lack of control within his own life. Formerly great man of power and influence. Commanding respect, reduced to a cosmic chew toy. She directly says that she sympathizes with him. And that she respected him. She's got depth. You just gotta, like, give her the same chances you afforded everyone else.
Edwin would want this, right? The true soul would know. We're doing the right thing.
Here goes nothing. Need to find a way forward.
point past Act 2, I got impatient with the story, found myself skipping a lot. And I think that's common, right? Like, the story very much feels like it's reaching a culmination with Act 2, and then it just keeps going in Act 3. So you're not alone there. Hey Maki, how are you? Her empathy varies by companion, for example. Gale gives her third child energy. She's very sympathetic about Karlach and Astarion. With Gale, she's definitely projecting a little bit of her her views towards standard drow wizard dudes onto Gale, who, you know, he's not a drow, but like she definitely sees him as being cut from the same cloth. But she can even grow on that. Like, if you are playing as Origin Gale and you become God Gale, like, you could be like, I know you missed me, give me a hug. And then she'll do it. She'll be like, you tell anyone, I will find a way to kill you. And then she'll hug you.
And away I go.
With Will, she finds his hero thing exhausting. But, once again, can come to a point where she will tell, and this is, again, Origin Will specific dialogue, she will tell Will that he's actually become, like, a good man. He's figured out what that really means. What it takes to do that. Doing good, not been on Twitch a lot, getting married this year. Hey, congrats. Love to hear that. It's perfect just the way she is. Yeah, Andy. I think Mindara's malleability is also influenced by the fact she wasn't intended to be a companion on a good aligned run. Laird gave us that after we kept finding ways so our dialogue recordings would have been dictated by a dirge or evil run, not a save the world run. That's not necessarily true, Gideons. There was always the option of you could recruit Mindara in a run where you just left the Act 1 map before resolving that. She would be at Moonrise without you having, like, dirtied your hands. Obviously, you fucked up and by inaction bad shit happened to some people, but, like, you didn't participate. That's not necessarily evil run. How can she keep empathy in the society in which she grew up? And that becomes an interesting thing to examine, Alfredo GG. Because, like, she definitely still has a strong sense of empathy. It's just she doesn't act on it. Like, she has a moral compass that she chooses not to use. That's what makes her interesting. If Darcy's a little used for men outside of procreation, simply draw culture, she tells you as much. Yeah, she does. Also, the only Dirge companion takes her mental health claim seriously. I don't think that's true. Astarion takes it pretty seriously, at least in the late game. Sunrun says Lae'zel does, and I believe that. I haven't played a Dirge that's interacted much with Lae'zel recently, but I know Astarion does in the late game. Why am I getting the my turn sound when I open my inventory. That's very weird. Maurice, that she takes it seriously from your very first claim, having more intrusive thoughts than normal. Yeah, that's fair. Some of them are, like, pretty dismissive early on.
Come on, gotta be something here.
Absolute don't want this junk.
How'd you know?
I just do.
To be fair, most of the companions have moral compass issues from Astarian's whole deal to Karlach's drug addiction. I mean, the soul coin thing is very downplayed. But, yeah, I suppose you could draw a parallel there.
What's hiding here?
It's also hard to understand, so to me it feels more like they don't get the scope of what we're saying. Yeah, especially given this setting, it's like, oh, you really think about killing people a lot? I mean, yeah, I've known some people who are a little bit trigger happy. Yeah, this is probably that. And they don't really get that it's like, no, hang on, this is different. This is... Hang on. They don't get it. Eventually they will.
More for me.
But it does take them time. More prominent in Origin Run. And a lot of Origin Runs do have these things structured differently. The Minthara dialogue that I referenced for Origin Gale and for Origin Will comes to mind. And then also the romance Karlach dialogue from Minthara. There's the fact that the themes of agency and bodily autonomy are less prevalent for Origin Astarion in some places, but more prevalent in others. Like, you get Cazador nightmares that are never mentioned if you're not playing as him. Whereas you get a much more streamlined version of the whole Araj conversation. Origin Gale, you get a lot more insight into Gale's constant struggle with ambition, with Tara being a member of your camp for the whole game, and her cautioning him for and against certain things. More internal monologues for Gale, Karlach, and Astarion all get more internal monologues. Will gets a little bit. Will doesn't change that much, other than, like, you making decisions for him as him plays out a little bit differently. There's a cut content scene where he tells you about the nightmare. There you go. Yeah. David knew Danny would have the scoop on that.
All's well that ends. Well, not as bad as it could have.
Bloody racket.
Oh, come on.
Need to kill Zerga. Gotta find where Zerga is right now. Never lucky. Hey, Blark. Run a mod that introduces cut and bug content. There's a ton of it. Good content too. Ooh, I like that.
No time for mercy.
It seems things keep getting broken around.
Still alive. So that's progress.
Alright, so we break the drum inside of Gribbo. Gribbo runs off. She'll come back, and then she'll walk over here. Then we'll dialogue attack her and kill Abdurak while in combat with Gribbo. That's the plan, anyway. Now, a Fury of the Small crit from Gribbo can absolutely still fuck me up. But I do have to be careful.
Shove off!
Interesting, the more cutscenes I see, the more I see why they remove them. Some of them feel kind of out of character for the point in the story. Except for my Mpreg content. Oh, stands for Minthara Preg. Oh, I see. Gonna say, Larian denied us Mpreg? In this game?
Out of sight, out of mind. Don't waste a step. Oh,
Tell me where your hideout is. Ain't so hard, is it? Just tell me.
Get on there, Poppy D.
Of course.
I should be able to make it to... The place was supposed to be abandoned. I...
Wonder if the gods are watching me. It's been a long day. I need to rest soon.
Evanar, how are you? Chipping into this dirge convo is something that, an observation that I figured I'd vocalize. I do find it interesting how many people view dirge as a binary. Like, oh, you're resist dirge, or you're embrace dirge. You don't have to do one. I just, I find it interesting how people, label their runs like that. So often when I'm playing dirge, I'll get the question of, oh, is this a resist or embrace dirge? It's like, this is a, I'm making the decisions that make the most sense for what I'm trying to do, dirge. Like, raiding the Grove, even on an evil run, it just doesn't make sense. With the amount of stuff you lose access to, it just doesn't make sense. Like, nomming and cutting off Gale's hand I realize that's an embrace the urge option, but it's still actively stupid to do it and just deletes content from the game with no upside. It's food for thought.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Nom nom tasty hands.
Tasty hands. David R, thank you for the prime in the 2 months. Really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Teaching started last month, haven't been around as much. Glad to have some decent time off today. Hey, enjoy your downtime. Being evil doesn't mean you have to be dumb. Yeah, nobody tell Orin. Excuse me, this game's morally gray, just like Gargle Gymnast. Oh, it's anything but truly binary. It's an aim, not an absolute. Okay, we hit the XP threshold I wanted. Orin's just obsessive, addicted to her craft. Kind of like that she doesn't have to be intelligent to be effective. I find it interesting narratively that, like, the ballists, the cult of Ball are divided on, like, whether Orin's good at what they do or not, because Orin's objectively good at killing people, but she cares too much for the artistry, and as Saravok will point out, Ball doesn't care about the delivery, he just cares about that there's death, he cares that there's a lot of it. So, like, fundamentally, Orin is not in line with the ideology that she has made her entire personality, because she is, at her core, an artist. But also, as Gortash will point out, when comparing Orin and Dirge, when talking to Dirge, like, Dirge had a level of self-control that Orin never did. And that caused Gortash to respect Dirge in a way he could never respect Orin.
Take your time. Go on. Not. You just have to buy enough time to run. Well,
you.
Hell's. You shit. She's out there now. Ready. The Blade of Frontiers at your.
We want him in my party very briefly here.
Look, don't take your eyes off my hands.
I want to have a word.
You ever
Chaos Gremlin Dirge.
Feed you to a knoll.
Chaos Gremlin Dirge run took me under 40 hours due to sheer amount of cut content, making every bad decision is not the greatest move. Yeah. I don't like Claire Obscura. It was great. Evil Genius. Thank you. Highly recommend.
Don't know what we'd do without her.
D&D alignments, horoscopes for nerds, something like that.
Think.
Well met. Are you sure, Pat?
Hey, Velocity. Just watched my VODs. I'm glad you enjoyed. Remember when the announcement trailer dropped? And wishlisted the game just off gameplay and art style? Never expected such a great story with compelling characters. I really love a good character story, and that's very much that game. I'm being vague because there's people here who haven't played it, and I want them to have that good first experience too. But yeah, very memorable for me.
me.
And then
What was that? I'm Karlak,
Jacking off.
the latest yappy little dog. After we've mopped. Why are we slowing down? Ah,
Yes, she is cataloguing Koatuan fertility.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my
This-
private collection is to your liking.
Clerk has more enlarge. Guess I do need to worry about dark vision until I take a shadow sorcerer level.
Very. Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
I need enough for an elixir of heroism here.
Very. So, I'm shooting arrows at his. Then this other guy swallows his fingers.
That's curious.
Hellfire. She's coming.
Start figuring out food.
Well, you've been naughty, and you know what happens when you're
I'll sign.
naughty.
God's damn it. Anyone but.
Sorry, I'll sign.
Handler's the word, if it's all the same. My pup here's been unruly, and his leash needs a yank.
I'll sign.
We had a deal, Will. But Karlak's still breathing.
I've taken more pleasant shits than you, Mizora. And at least those can be buried after.
That's no kind of talk for a lady. By the way, Karlak, Zariel sends her regards.
You told me! Devils only! She's a tiefling, not a monster!
How precious. The little pupster's found his bark.
Clause G, Section 9. Target shall be limited to the infernal, the demonic, the heartless, and the soulless. Karlak meets the criteria, pet.
Trust me on this. Don't you worry. That ship has long sailed the Styx. But a defiant pup must still pay his price. To wit.
Will burns in the fires of Avernus. The lightning storms of Dis strike his flesh. His soul passes through each layer of the hells, gaining their essence and their torment.
That's better.
What the hells have you done?
A promise broken, a price paid. You know the terms.
Get used to the new form, pet. There's no going back. Some magic even I can't undo. Now, let's see how the frontiers fare without their precious blade.
I don't know, Missouri. The blade stands ready.
Keep an eye on him, would you? I'll be keeping mine on you. Oh, and Will, don't forget, our pact still stands. Ta-ta.
Tatas? Well, at least keep the rose. Yeah, at least she didn't mess up the fit.
I'm not willing to let servants of Zariel roam the sword Won't be seeing my mechanic the first time.
We'll be here a while. Weirdly, talking about evil runs as a drow cleric of Lolth, you still end up saving the grove because Mithara is a heretic and disposing of her is higher on your to-do list. Yeah, funny how the pecking order of evil works out like that. Serendipitous, hoping to see Raphael getting beaten. Yeah, we're gonna make a puddle of Raphael juice. Just for the camp. What happens if he does die, by the way? He can't. I think Raphael is lovely this time of year. Trying to think of ways I could do this faster right now. There kind of aren't any. Without ability drain, without access to dual wielder, without shadow blade, without reckless attack, without sneak attack, without Colossus Slayer, without Tavern Brawler. Just tenacity weapon. That's what I got. If I had a spell slot, I could hex him, I guess.
Better than nothing.
ASI. Oh yeah, this is a challenge run because no ASI. It's like the peasant versus Tarask thought experiment. So fun fact about the size of the blood puddle you get from Raphael depends on what damage type you use on him. I believe piercing makes the biggest. Raphael would make a bigger puddle from being pierced. He knows what he likes. Enough XP to hit level 5. As much as I want to assign the level right away, I'm gonna wait, use it for vendor refresh purposes.
Matters to discuss. I shall be here for a mere suspicion.
Well met.
Roger, I'm jacking off.
I don't like this at all.
It might just... Am I a friend? Potentially. I could fix it all.
That's what separates us from the devil.
I know that. It's just quite a lot, if I'm being honest. Now, he knows our secret. He's not the worst prospect we've good. There were no right answers. See? Sowing.
Approval farming.
You know, I've been thinking, and I think there's something I should tell you. Nothing big or terrible, just a small little detail about me that hasn't come up naturally.
I love the head animation there.
Be a, what's the best way to put this? A vampire.
Obviously.
Right.
Storm Sorcerer for flying? I'm thinking Shadow Sorcerer for dark vision.
So, was there anything else? Sure, and he might be right. If you're a warlock, you understand how dangerous the wrong deal can be. Indeed, we can't. If we can...
Gods, just not Zariel's victims. Not innocent, but I promise you. But I don't have a clue where to... The only way out... We can learn a lot from fairy tale. That, but the devil...
I suppose you want... He turned me nearly 200... It was only afterwards. Of course, if I said no. All I'm asking is that you keep your eyes open. What more could I ask?
This devil
Would Mr.
Raphael
Jacking
fills
off
his
look good in
paltry
Will's
wings as
Camp's
if he
clothes?
wants
Probably.
to use next to a dragon, the devil's a gnat. When I am, I will earn my queen's.
But I'm.
He looks too much like Minsk in that. But okay, and then we'll have a star-rated will trait.
believe that dev. I'm not playing.
It's for 4. Do that. So for this next level, I either take Rogue for dialogue options, or I take Monk for combats. I think I'm gonna take Monk, and then I'll try to take Rogue at level 6. I'll just have to remember not to resolve the Goblin Leaders conflict until I'm level 6. Hi, Kevin. Hey, Jutalk. How are you? Oh yeah, I don't know what my Guardian looks like. Let's find out.
I came just in time. You are transforming.
Jump scared. The tattoo draws attention.
Combative. Good. You'll need to be. Don't worry. You will not become a mind flayer.
Would? I mean, same. But like...
I'll protect you.
Like, I still would.
Stubborn. A useful quality. We haven't much time, so listen closely.
It's a conscious choice right there. It screams confidence, which I think is a green flag.
It comes from that parasite.
Now, am I down bad because it's a dwarf lady? Yes. But like, I'm still correct.
I will keep it from consuming you, but for the sake of both of us, you must learn to wield it.
Jack Inghoff is a professional who takes on all jobs.
You can wake.
If anything, just gives him a target, right?
Did you have any strange dreams? It seems like we can't escape this mess.
Are you John Locking?
The parasite has taken root. Oh. I thought you witless. You. When I come near, your odor alone is enough to make my neck sweat and my hairs stand on end. Good. I want to taste you. Perhaps tonight, perhaps later, but I want it all the same. Do you?
Yeah.
given our shared affliction. Now we can see what these Now, was there anything else? Well, hello. What can I do for you?
Alright, so the plan is Lae'zel first, then Astarion, then Minthara. Yeah. Referencing English laws for John Locke? No, John Locke from Lost. Damn, breakups? I mean, with Lae'zel, it's just sex to begin with. And with Astarion, I'm never gonna progress it beyond that point either. Skipping Karlach, I take it. Unmodded, you can only have 2 in Act 1. And then there are no options in Act 2 except continuations of Act 1 or Minthara at the end of the act. And then in Act 3, there's Mizora, Alcyn, and the Drow Twins. And the Emperor. Doing evil way, then? I don't know what you mean. Who's endgame? We'll be single. Because Minthara's gonna dump us because Mizora. Wouldn't Shadowheart be better then? No, because then we can't get Minthara. I'm not raiding the Grove. So, that's out. Cheating on Minthara really should kill you? I agree. Oh, I forgot Harlep in Act 3 too. Yeah, Act 3 is gonna be, we're gonna be getting busy in Act 3.
I'm still looking to shift some supplies. Don't have much to spare, but it's more than we can carry.
It's the last time I slept with Harlep. I believe I did it in my no-hit run. Yeah, I did it in my no-hit run because that was the only way to get around the trap. To get into the safe. So yes, I had to fuck to save my life. When you do MP, use the cursed humanoid form. You're gonna have to remind me. I've never actually done that version of that. I see you have flaming sphere in here. No?
Pleasure.
could get a mask.
Ear maxer.
Welcome
You're
back.
still calling elves
Have
ear
you
maxers.
enjoy a good bargain? If anything in my private collection is to your liking. Very well. Welcome back. Have you...
I greet you.
The brain rot's getting perma uninstalled. It's getting too ingrained.
How is your more personal research progressing?
Will be no point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Suppose do it a bit better on bombs now.
This'll do wonders for the shop.
My first playthrough, the only ones I missed any romance from at all were Karlach due to timing, Madara because I'd killed her, everyone who's a romance, but I had at least one romance scene with Lae'zel, Shadowheart, Astar, and Gale in Act 1. Lae'zel, Astar, and Will and Gale in Act 2, all broken off favor of Shadowheart. Act 3 added House of Drow Twins. It was alright. You cannot have more than 2 romance scenes with companions in Act 1. Because they will stop being interested after you do the second one. You can have them all interested at the party, if you have not already done 2 by that point, but the party is where you get locked out of most of them. All of the Origin ones, actually. Like, if you've not... Basically, who you pick the dialogue option for at the party determines who you end up with. Until Act 3, or Minthara. Like, we can have the fling with Lae'zel with no consequence, but then we gotta choose one. We can flirt, but we gotta choose one at that point. I'm not allowed to take part here. We're gonna take Monk to get the scaling override. Like, I want Cleric for some dialogue stuff. I want Rogue for some dialogue stuff. Monk would help me for combats. I think I take Monk, and then I take Rogue, and then at 7 I take Cleric. This means Balal will be probably significantly delayed. I'll make it work. Go.
This one, you can absorb its potential. You're mine.
Eat.
No one back home will
Let's
ever
shield
believe
faith.
this. Can't slow down.
Let's also get our HP from Auntie's juices. And Long Strider. Can't forget Long Strider.
Fetid smell the war.
So this guy? Doesn't appear that I did. We're past the point where I'm going to run around with the Hill Giant strength on all the time. This is just a temporary thing, so I can throw people around. For combats, we're going to look at Colossus, Bloodlust, and Vigilance are going to be our main options. Did I already kill you? Oh yeah, I already killed that guy.
A vessel wobbles on the lake's murky.
Human. Where's Gek? Who are you? Well, what about Gek? Where's... Come on.
You continue.
Who up Gekken?
Well, I'll be plowed.
You shithead!
Spit it out!
Drugnup!
You know, shit.
That... Who's the cleansing? Another merc to help the slaves dig?
Aye.
That... Your twat's old chum owes us a load of... But I'm warning you.
Got your load right here. Don't mind me throwing water casting spells melee range to you. Listen, it's normal. It's how I say hello.
Still wrapped around Nir's pecker, too.
That's a friendly looking shadow. How much further can I go? What's a fort like this doing in the Underdark? No time for mercy.
first half of 5 to 6 will probably be a lot faster than the second half of 4 to 5. The amount of things I was delaying. I could just do now.
Time to press ahead. Another scrying eye. Best to keep my distance. I'll strike you down.
Place a water bottle near an enemy and cast Glyph on both of them. The way to ensure the bottle breaks first, damage the what enemy? No, because the Glyph will hit everyone simultaneously. You need things that stagger impact. So, like, Magic Missile is better for that purpose, because then you could position yourself so that the water bottle gets hit first, and then the missiles hit if you were trying to do a play like that. But Glyph is one hit that happens simultaneously, so it won't do that.
Just out of view.
I don't have any Roaring Thunder arrows. Why don't I? I need one.
One day I'll catch a break. Seems simple enough.
Need something else?
You. This is a strat I'm still kind of refining the consistency on. But if you approach at the correct angle, you can shove the first Mimic into a chasm, and then Roaring Thunder the second one.
Better be cautious.
Checklist because they're objects at the time. Sometimes I approach at a bad angle and they reveal themselves early. Like that. I guess it was the sight cone.
Breathe deep and move. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
So I still got that one. That one can still be shoved. I don't want the smoke yet, though.
Never wanted the easy path. Have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it.
That's the cult's doing. Donald's joined up too. The culprits are spreading like flies on shit. See where the gnomes went?
Thread ain't found a trace. Found a way past the rock front is my guess.
Scargill's still at it then.
Prick ain't stopped caning those beasts last night.
A Sharon idol. It's beautifully crafted.
We'll be making Adamantine Splint and the Adamantine Shield. I could make an argument for making the adamantine mace instead of the shield. I'm thinking about it. Because I have the heavy armor proficiency to use the Grimskull helm to fill in crit immunity there, if I want to. Of that mace in my Unga Bunga run. The appeal here would be that I could use that to offset the fact that my punches and kicks will never become magical. I think I do want it. We definitely want the splint. Yeah, it'll be fine. I'll just prioritize getting Iron Banded Shield early in Act 2.
What was that watchword? Lux splendor. But what does it mean? Hope this ends well. I don't need any attention right now. Wonder if the gods are watching me. At the ready.
That won't work.
See how my Hex weapon still went off of my dexterity? That's, because the monk level.
again.
Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
Ooh, lightning bolt. Very nice.
Never a dull moment. All's well that ends. Well, not as bad as it could have.
Rapport. Need you.
Ah, a steel mold, used in forges to cast armor and weapons.
Need you.
Still breathing, despite everything. That's a friendly-looking shadow. Might be useful. Best be on my way. This must be the forge. What a sight to behold.
What first?
I just need the wrong
I could use a mage hand and do the Grimless craft. But I have no reason to do that. I want the XP right now.
with haste. These things are still interesting.
I believe my food's here too, so I'll be right back. Sticker off my cup so I don't dox myself. Okay.
No one's stopped me yet.
Hey, Lady Baker. They're not moving, so the lava doesn't recognize them as being in it. And tell if Lump is smart or dumb to climb on the hammer. He can't tell either. Is it come? It is come? Yeah. So, did we discover a new emotion? Or maybe not an emotion, a state of being? So, like, are you cum when you're dumb from, you know... Critical hit. 53 damage. Yikes. Won't budge from Grim. huge XP from that fight. An armor of choice. Yeah, I think I'll make the mace.
Have to keep
be a punch and kick merchant. Ready for crit immunity? Yeah. What's the theme of this? Am I doing Jack of all trades achievement? Yeah, I'm doing Jack of all trades, and also I am trying to romance as many companions as I can in a vanilla version of the game. Not just companions, NPCs as a whole. Is Jack and everyone's trade, if you know what I'm saying? I don't think that I do. Maybe not a hot take. Wish the game used your first class to determine item DCs and the like. I think it would open up more creative builds. I don't see how that'd be any more build opportunity than it using your most recent level 1 caster class. Otter take on our bonus gear should apply to wild shape druids.
Always room for more.
Remember when they buffed wild shape for absolutely no reason at all in patch 8? I remember that. What you munching? I got a bacon, egg, and cheese. Roxy. You're enough equipment in the game, making a full party kicking build? Yeah. Like, you don't even need equipment for that. But, yeah. Anything should apply to wild shape druids. Makes me sad how little fun they get with gear related to others, but the gear isn't equipped. I mean, there's gear that does apply. Also, they have, like, passives still apply, and that's something that I've noticed people completely leaving out of their wild shape builds. But, like, you're not wearing the gear. How could it be applying to you if you're not wearing it? I was trying to read that. Also, still full casters get confident martial ability via wild shape, and that would make them oppressive. And, like, they can still use weapons. Everyone can use weapons. Remember, unless the fighter has a fighting style influencing this, a fighter does not do any more with a weapon hit than anybody else does. As long as you're proficient with the weapon. Like, a druid who has longbow proficiency from being an elf, for example, does the same damage as a fighter shooting someone in the face with a Titan string bow. Same damage. The adamantine shield give DR? No. If so, does it stack with chestplate? If the adamantine shield gave DR, I would absolutely have made it. But no, it doesn't. It gives, the thing that it gets is, it's the earliest shield that has access to shield bash. If you don't make the adamantine shield, then any shields that have that are located starting in Act 2. And it gives this reeling effect, but instead of the 2 armors where it's reeling on being hit, the shield is reeling on being missed. I have animal speaking right now. Does it really work if you have both? Then you'll have 2 conditions that apply it. I don't remember if one overrides the other. Don't know off the top of my head.
I speak true. We need no... What care we for his business here? He keeps us small, keeps us contained. We should be with
you. These spiders are loyal to.
We'll stick with haste home here. For now, at least.
Snitch. No one drugs with Clan Flameshade.
Now that I'm my crit immunity.
Let's get going. All right, time to skulk about.
Yeah, Giant Breaker also applies real. Giant Breaker is awesome. Love that weapon. Might use it this run. I find it interesting how radiating orbs get people creaming their jeans, but like, Giant Breaker's the same thing but better.
Letter mentioned. But where's the stash? Left out in plain sight like that? No, the Harpers are too smart for that. On my way.
Reeling from Giant Breaker work there at many targets. Yep. If you hit with an attack from the bow, they get reeling. And it stacks.
Slow down.
Hey, Traffic Man, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate that. Hope you enjoy the emotes. Ad free, all the good stuff. Thank you very much.
Use your illicit potential.
accuracy. AC gloves. Book I forgot to read.
I'm done. I can't wait to sleep.
Wish Enlarge Reduce works with Colossus Elixir, so I can get Titan Carly. You can make her a Giant Barbarian, and and Giant Rage does stack with Colossus. So you can have Huge Lady. If that is your desire. Big woman neuron activated? Hell yeah. If she can't turn me into a stain on the ground, well then I'm not gonna be making a stain on the ground. You know what I'm saying? Not just a big lady, a huge lady. Do those two stack with Enlarge? No. I don't remember off the top of my head which one of them conflicts, but one of them does. And the rules for this are different on Honor Mode and below Honor Mode. So, disclaimer.
A sun dweller in these parts. Look here, my topside
Move curse.
friend. I need fresh eyes. And
Gonna
I doubt
yoink
I'll
that.
find fresher.
Stone skin, also potentially very useful. Need to go buy a hunting shortbow from Damon. As far as I know, you can stack the elixir with one other source, but two spell versions don't stack. So that would imply to me that the Giant's Rage version is the spell version, and that would make sense mechanically.
More goblins. What's next?
You can also stack them on Gortash, make them very large. Yeah, natural male enhancement. Now I need to do a druid that enlarges himself all the time and call him natural male enhancement.
Those who follow the first circle.
Aggro the Machinids, and since then Dareth has been Lorge because she popped an elixir during the fight. She's still Lorge in Act 3. Oh yeah, it'll never wear off. NPCs that persist across acts like that, they will retain whatever buffs So you can take advantage of this with Zevlor. It'll make some stuff later easier. Like the fight in the colony at the end of Act 2 is genuinely one of the hardest of the game. So if you know you're going to be going there eventually, you can make sure to do things like reverse pickpocket a potion of speed into Zevlor's inventory. Earlier in the game, you can encourage him to use a Colossus elixir. You could do all sorts of things to ensure that he'll have a much better matchup later. Yeah, it'll happen with, like, Dareth. Am I here again? Wanted something specific and I don't remember what it is. Something short bow from Damon. Thank you. Back after some sleeps. How was your nap? Did you dream a big lady?
I have something to ask.
Looking for steel? I have, well, something close.
Damon, why did you grab your crotch while you said that, bro? This is going in the twit longer. It's possible to learn this power, not from a paladin. Nap was almost perfect, but Kat decided she wanted to nap in the sun instead with me. Oh.
If everyone else minds their business.
Where am I? Kat. They're both relaxed and minding their own business, but what attention.
The easy path.
Hello.
Have to keep going.
Charging people isn't a hostile action. My concentration. Boo. Rude. A fan of reducing birth bar and throwing him below with perilous stakes. I like it. Might do that. Given this accuracy, I think I want Whispering Promise. Kills him outright and combat won't start. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Though I'm a tadpole short. I guess I could use Droraxlins. Sorry, Droraxlins?
Cutting to the chase.
You're a tad short. Ah. Ah. You knew what I was going to try to do. Could have gone worse. Now the complicated part.
Oh, hells.
If you don't have Featherfall when you do this, it's a cutscene of you tumbling to your death.
Broken bones. Must have fallen.
Moving ahead. Might be useful.
Here we go.
Where's Shield of Faith coming from? Priestess Gut has a version of Shield of Faith that is not concentration. So after killing her, I picked up her entire corpse, brought it with me to the Underdark, had Sovereign Glut reanimate her, and then now Glut has Priestess Gut as a summon. Not as a summon, but as a follower. So I just bring Glut with me, and then I take Gut, and I just have her Shield of Faith me every day. And I can do this up through the end of Act 2. We have alternative means to get a passive Shield of Faith in Act 3. So you can spend the entire game, even in solo, having Shield of Faith from someone other than you. without the need of, like, using companions or anything like that. It's still true that armor class is a bad stat when compared to other defensive stats, but in situations where you can get it without any trade-offs, it becomes desirable.
Wait, you're not Illy. So, you're Master Illy calls me Shovel. So, well, first, Illy's so busy. Talk to them. Oh.
Now we got Shovel as a permanent ability.
Best be on my way.
Like you say, entire corpse, you gotta be specific. How you doing, Midwestling? I'm Jack Human Man.
If you are known to my what think you of you tell me? If you could see any you
A well-guarded laboratory. What were they hiding down here?
So, I don't have access to knock right now. It's 75 XP if you knock the book before unlocking it. It spawns a shadow that you can fight. And I won't have access to knock for quite some time. Earliest is probably level 8 is when I plan on picking up Wizard and scribing the knock scroll that's in Act 2. Yeah, the Arabella corpse thing is another thing like that. When people were first making YouTube content on that, there was a space of maybe a week where, like, every third chatter was like, "Streamer, why aren't you doing this?" And it's like, because I want to play the game. I suppose I don't need, I don't need this buff yet. But it's good that we have the amethyst already. Also, yeah, Arabella surviving is nice. You get access to a nice ring in Act 2. It's also XP positive for her to live, of course, and you get another endgame ally in Act 3. Her buff isn't too impactful, but it's something. Time to round off decks. Pretty soon, yeah. So, Shovel is tanky enough to, like, actually do work in this fight, because she's fire resistant, she's slashing resistant. But
my feet can carry me.
Her low HP becomes the issue there. So if you want to have Shovel tank that, then giving her, like, aid and a source of temp HP goes a long way. I could have also had her get Shield of Faith and such, but I didn't bother.
Light on my feet. Out of sight, out of mind.
What's that one? I don't have Fire Res right now.
Best be on my way.
Back up. You can likely still get to me. Oh, okay.
Fight. Let's go.
The terrain confused you. Equip this.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. One day I'll catch a break.
Game does not know how to keep track of you right now.
Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
Guess we'll take advantage while I'm in a combat without these guys. Just snipe at them. That's why I wanted fire rest. Heat metal hurts a lot.
No time for mercy.
Each of those methods are 75 XP, so it's a deceptively large chunk of XP. Like, we're already very far until level 5. I would like to hit level 6 before Ethel, because that would give me the option of using bought elixirs instead of crafted ones.
I'm done. I can't wait to sleep.
But we'll see.
What path lies before me?
The remnants of E33 are still with me today. I ordered a baguette with my groceries just now and got 3 instead of 1 by accident. Surely that was intentional on their part. A little undecided on where to go right now. Guess I'll go this way. Hey, Tweedledum. What are your thoughts on using Gale's 3rd level shadow slot to upcast Shadow Waves and Eldritch Knight? Seems a bit one trick. EK is already super powerful. Thoughts? It's not really anything special because you can achieve the same thing by drinking a 3rd level spell slot elixir, and there are even the materials to craft that located in the Act 2 map, if that's something you wanted to do. It costs Night Orchids. And there's at least 3 of them in the map. Plus, 3rd level spell slot elixirs will be in alchemy vendor inventories. I believe that's level 6 loot. So, meh. Gale does have a lot of very good features for any kind of run. Like, the Ring of Evasion is pretty cracked. The Shadow spell slot can be good for getting super early access to
Let's have a look.
3rd level spellcasting, or access to it on builds where normally it's not even a possibility. But Shadowblade Upcast is not even really noteworthy. I know it gets a lot of lip service, but meh. The weapon's still gonna do what the weapon's gonna do. Joking. It's so cute when she does that. Yeah, the Shadowblade ring is available in that same act too. And is your daily reminder that the Shadowblade ring is mechanically different from the Shadowblade spell.
This calls for careful footwork.
Different in a way that makes it better for a lot of builds. Doesn't the ring still require concentration? It does not. Not as of patch 8. Doesn't require concentration, doesn't even require that it's equipped at all.
Another step forward.
And the version of Shadowblade that's created by the ring doesn't need to stay on your person. Meaning, you can, for example, be a giant barbarian, use Elemental Cleaver on it, and you're throwing around big psychic damage. Something that is not possible with any version of the spellbook Shadowblade. Unless you use the Hireling exploit.
No hesitation.
Is Ring of Evasion not a cooldown? That's what I've been told. Been a while since I played Gale, but apparently it doesn't. Confirm it doesn't. There you go. And that makes it an incredibly powerful item. Like, I cannot begin to describe how powerful that is. Gale gets some insane origin features. He gets Telekinesis Amulet and Ring of Evasion on his first long rest. It's either Shadow Spell slot forever or the hot single Gale buff until long rest in Act 2. Open Wounds and Ironbound Pursuit or deck saves. It's also probably pretty good on the couple enemies that are willing to use smoke powder bombs on you. And acid vials. Like any all or nothing deck save, being able to just burn a reaction and be like, no, is very, very good. Really keybind Eldritch Blast. Now, my intent is not that my intent is to not do too much Eldritch Blast centric build crafting, because my last Jack of all trades run was structured around Eldritch Blast. It's just very reliable because it's multi-hit, scales with character level rather than class investment, and look at it putting in work with Hex here. I'm not using Hexblade's Curse, I'm not using lightning charges. Not at the point in the game where Potent Robe's an option. Just like, it just puts in work. Partially because of how crazy Hex is. Reason why we targeted these oozes is, one, it's free XP, as long as you fight across the chasm like that. And two, the materials that they drop allow you to craft elixirs of guileful movement, which give you the freedom of movement effect, which is immunity to difficult terrain. Not to, like, being subject to the terrain, but to the slowdown. But it also gives you immune to restrain and paralysis effects.
Take that.
So it means I won't go slower on mud. Old person doesn't work on me.
Tools and a thick rope.
Can't be entangled.
Someone climbed up from down below.
Useful stuff. We'll be using one of those elixirs to fight Ethel. And one to fight Minthara. Possibly the same one? Haven't decided.
Discount.
Two of the Dwargar in this area have bombs. That's the first one. I want that both for my own use, but mostly so they can't use it on me. Enemies will multi-bomb you. Like, they will throw it in a way where it explodes multiple times.
Take a big swig.
What's that?
Right.
Once lost an honor run to Ethel's masks. Oof.
You watch my back, I watch yours.
I watch yours.
The incoming psychic damage from them can be a lot to deal with.
Don't waste a step. Another step forward.
No, by putting on, losing the roll. Ah, yeah. Protection from evil and good makes you immune to that game over condition as long as you're still concentrating on it. So you got that at least. But now you know. A lot of things that I tiptoe around in solo water mode are because I've died to them or seen other people die to them before. Learn by doing. Or, I suppose, most accurately, learning from mistakes.
I'm still looking to shift some supplies. Don't have much
Vigilance
to spare,
huge.
but it's more than we can carry.
In tears.
In tears. Do Moon Druids need wisdom? Part of me was just going to take this as a wisdom class and remember your advice. Besides tadpole, DC, couple spells, any reason I'm forgetting? So that's a really good question. And it's complicated. Like, Moon Druid has more reason to invest in wisdom than I'd say most other druids, specifically because all of your physical stats get overwritten when you transform. But your mental stats carry over. So if you did something like precast a spell that's going to be going and doing stuff for you while you are transformed, then scaling your DC off of your wisdom is going to be important because you're no longer wearing your spell save DC gear while you're transformed. and your arcane acuity count is going to be limited because you are not wearing the gear. So even if you stacked up like 10, you're not going to be able to keep it at 10. You could wear an elixir, you could use an elixir and then keep it at 3, but your spell save DC is going to be a lot more limited if you're doing plays that involve combining your spellcasting and your transformations. So that's a potential reason to invest in wisdom, because investment that you put into your strength and dexterity, that's not going to carry over because your stats while transformed are determined by the stat block of the creature you turn into. There is still reason to have Constitution on a Moon Druid, because if you get knocked out of your wild shape, you want enough HP to not just get one-shot by the overflow damage. Like, if someone crits you really hard in a wild shape, and it does enough that it would, like, take down your character, then you just get outright one-shot. So, keeping Constitution at the back of your mind is important. And if you are ever going to end up in a combat outside of your transformation states, then Dexterity is still very relevant for initiative, at the very least. If you want to carry stuff around when you're not transformed, Strength can be important. If you're trying to do dialogues, Charisma can help. So, there's an argument for Wisdom, but it's still competing with a lot of other stats. Same for monks, you would say? No, because Shadow monks have absolutely no reason to care about Wisdom at all. None of their features scale off of it. Four Elements monks, if you're using their most powerful ability, that being Fangs of the Fire Snake, that doesn't care about your Wisdom at all, so you don't need to worry about it. Some of the other abilities do, but those are less frequently used. If you're doing Open Hand, your Manifestation bonus damage does scale off of your Wisdom, but remember, you still get more damage by investing into Strength than you do investing into Wisdom. And, like, sure, you could have both, but remember, like everybody else, you want Dexterity, and if you ever plan on taking a hit, especially with how a lot of monk builds can tend to be gear restricted, having the HP from Constitution can be nice. And then if you're doing solo, maybe you want some Charisma. So there's that too. Some BC and Wild Shape abilities depend on Wisdom. That's another reason to go Wisdom on Wild Shape focus builds. You have a lot more compelling reasons to go for Wisdom on Moon Druid than I'd say most other classes. Of the monk classes, Drunk Monk and Open Hand want some. Four Elements maybe want some, but Shadow doesn't care at all. Other classes, Rangers, depending on what spells you're focusing on, maybe a little Wisdom can make some sense, but generally it doesn't.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Should mind my step.
Clerics don't need Wisdom.
Have to keep going.
Yeah. How do you handle crit immunity on monks? Seems like most of the options disable the various unarmored monks passives. It only disables the movement once. So giving up a little bit of movement speed to have critical hit immunity is always worth it to me. So I tend to play my monks as armored monks. I get heavy armor proficiency from a source, whether it's a fighter dip, cleric dip, or if I'm starting as Gith or shield dwarf, then I can take heavily armored as a feat. But my go-to is usually a fighter dip or cleric dip. Just to get that proficiency, then I can wear my adamantine splint. I can even take heavy armor master if I really want to be a brick.
Something good here, I hope.
I like being sturdy. Unrelated, finally got my first honeypaw disarm versus boss. Nice. Like, here's the thing with monk unarmored movement. Even with that passive off, you still have more mobility than everyone else in the game. Every other class.
Don't mind if I do.
Why only the movement? Because that's all that you lose. The other thing is unarmored defense, which is effectively mage armor but bad, because it allows you to add your wisdom modifier to your armor class if your wisdom modifier is higher than your dex modifier. It doesn't stack with mage armor. So until your wisdom modifier is +4, it's just worse than mage armor, which you can get scrolls of at any level, at any time. So if you are playing unarmored, well, you were doing that anyway. And if you're not playing unarmored, then the feature doesn't work anyway. So. And remember, +4 wisdom modifier is having 18 wisdom. The only point where you would reasonably, in an optimized setup, have 18 wisdom would be after using the Mirror of Loss in Act 3. Because strength scales your damage. Dexterity can scale your damage if you want to, but it's also your armor class, especially when unarmored. Your initiative, your saving throws, various skill checks, your ranged stuff, barring throwing.
The beast reeks of brimstone.
What'd you roll? An 18. So with the 2 turns of reeling there, highest you can roll is a 22. So this one can't hit me next turn. So if I miss, it's still fine. How's Shadow Sorcerer, considering trying it out for my next run? Shadow Sorcerer is cool. The level 6 feature is quite varied in its applications. You also get nice quality of life things at level 1. The Eyes of the Dark ability you get at level 3 is popular, and can be used pretty effectively if you are into that. The level 11 feature is just fun, but it does require you to take 11 levels of Sorcerer, which is often a big ask. The Sorcerer as a class is very front-loaded a lot of the time. Using the Druid Flameblade glitch for my fighter for the first time. Pretty impressed with the damage, especially with Savage Attacker feat. How does the Flameblade with Offhand Shadowblade compare to Woodwood Magic Clubs? I mean, Magic Club is going to slaughter everything in terms of damage peaks, as long as the target is able to be affected by bludgeoning damage. Like, Magic Club simply wins. But Flameblade has a very high damage die. Fire... fairly easy to apply Fireball if you're trying to. And that weapon scales pretty well. Only ever use that early chunk of Sorcerer to get meat magic. Go on. Yeah, accuracy. Meat magic's my favorite kind. Those big old girthy spells. You know when the magic just fills you up? It's almost like it's oscillating, you know? So you're feeling the magic just bottom out in you, right? Cool magic where you can learn meat vision, right? Yeah. And I don't think I'm gonna eat meat men anymore. It's actually magic meat, so oh. What spells can it cast? Don't say color spray trade. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Okay, let's do walking thrust. Flash. Maybe consume less citrus if that's the case. Corpse explosion. Reapply heat and meat. Oh.
Smoke. Something's burning. Breathe deep and move. I hear shouting. Someone needs help.
Grand Duke Ravenguard could be inside. Don't just stand there. Push!
I have his javelins, so she doesn't have them.
Still alive. So much progress.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Dane isn't where I want her to be, but
What do we have here? Limited discussion.
it's pretty sloppy. That's why I wanted Yeva's javelins. She's still quite healthy. But we got Ephron and Dane. I don't ever cast Expeditious Retreat. Oh. At least it's not contagion. True.
Hope your soul is in good hands.
Either you hit or you don't. By 50-50, I mean it's 100%. It's just crit. Never really played a full spellcaster. Anything I should know before starting? You do not have to expend spell slots in every situation. Often, you'll hear people talk about how their spellcasters have to rest all the time, and it's like, not if you choose your tools wisely. You can still use weapons like everyone else, it's just most casters have more limited weapon selections, but depending on what class you are, depending on what race you chose for your character, you will have more options. Like if you play a Githyanki, not only are you taking care of the lack of armor proficiencies by picking up light and medium armor, you are also getting proficiency with short swords, long swords, and great swords. If you play a full-blooded elf, you are getting longsword and longbow proficiency. If you play a half-elf or human, you are getting light armor proficiency, shield proficiency, halberd and spear, like all polearms proficiency. So like thinking about those things, because those will give you tools for when you don't want to cast spells. Understand the logic of when you actually have good odds to land an effect. Like, for example, clicking a hold person here in Act 1 when you have almost nothing to boost the consistency, just expect it to fail. It's not only do you not have the action economy to capitalize on that particularly well, you don't have the spell save DC boosting effects to do the actual setup consistently. So restraint would be the what I'm advising here.
You're bold. Listen, I must and you. May I trust you'll see it through? Thank go. I will.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. I just want a little look.
Where are you going?
These boots have seen everything. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Torment.
Concentration. That wasn't nice. To play Gith would be a good way to get shield proficiency or alternative to shields. You'd be looking at getting moderately armored as a feat to pick up that missing shield proficiency. You would also get +1 to strength or dex, your choice. So there's reasons to do it. Why knock her out? So she shows up later in the game. She's tied to more XP later on. So I can get her 150 XP now and still get the 270 XP tied to her in Last Light In later. And then still recruit her again in Act 3 as an endgame ally, but also she's one of a few people I could have cast spells on me and remain concentrating as long as I'm in the region. So Floric is useful in all 3 acts of the game. Which means she gets to live.
I can't move. Someone help! Quick! Get me out!
It's default male tiefling's honestly the most evil character in the game. He's always murdering and stealing from everyone. It used to be default femme dragonborn before they shuffled around the icons in an update.
You should have stayed. If I just kept my mouth shut. She said I'd never see her again. Could you ask her something? The Dory.
The corpse regard.
Mirror from the door.
The
Something good here. I hope.
Just for your own safety, wet yourself before entering a stranger's home.
Right tool will do the trick.
Pisses self demurely. That's in case they try to set you on fire. If it took moderately armored, would it be better to take a different race? Sometimes. Depends on the class, depends on what your goals are. What class were you looking to play, Jeff? Right, Shadow Sorcerer. You're still picking up some weapon proficiencies, and you're still picking up the gear proficiencies before you end up getting that feat. Like, by playing a Githyanki Shadow Sorcerer, you're able to use short swords, long swords, great swords, without downsides. And this does open up things like if you happen to get your hands on the Silver Sword of the Astral Plane in Act 1, you can just wear that for the awesome buffs to your mental saves, for it being a good weapon to do damage with, for the psychic resistance, and you can handle your crit immunity with your chest armor, thanks to having medium armor proficiency. So, there's that. So, a way to get Shovel permanently without using spell slots? Yes, I have it. You talk to Shovel. It's class dependent. Any wizard can do it. Any warlock can do it. Sorcerer, it's subclass dependent unless you talk with Shovel in Act 2. in which case it's not subclass dependent anymore.
Monsters everywhere. Kill. I was ready to run. They took the shiny one.
This is the spot Rugen marked. Doesn't look like much.
All right, time to skulk about. Should get started. Time to press ahead.
If not over, then through.
Incredibly common minor illusion W. In particular reason for using Splint over Helldusk here, since Helm's also good crit immunity. The Adamantine Splint's a better item. I'll explain. So comparing these two, Helldusk has 3 more armor class, 1 more damage reduction, has the retaliation thing, and fire resistance and burning immunity. I'm able to get fire resistance by equipping this. Currently, I'm not really giving up anything by doing so. If I want more movement speed at the start of a combat, I can switch out for Haste Helm. But by doing that, I'm not losing my crit immunity either. So I have helmet slot flexibility if I want it. Additionally, this Infernal Retribution is often detrimental, particularly for if I had the Helldusk on when I went to knock out Floric. That time where she attempted to hypnotic pattern me and I saved, well, she would have been on fire from that. That's a kind of burning that you can't put out with water, so I would have to keep healing her until the effect ends so that she doesn't die when I knock her out. So it'd be a headache in situations like that. But yeah, the short explanation, as Hazel said, is slot efficiency. Also, when I am attempting to AC tank things without going all in on AC tanking, i.e. a mix of mitigation tanking, and just kind of letting shit fly. Reeling peaks higher armor class-wise, effective armor class-wise, than Helldusk does. Because, let's use the example of a Moonrise Paladin, for example. The way Moonrise Paladins, Zealots, the way their Thunderous Smite damage dealing works is they hit you with Thunderous Smite, which is itself 2 instances of damage. It's the weapon and the spell part, sort of. And then they'll do Reaction Divine Smite if they have a spell slot, causing them to hit you 3 times. So that would mean, with this Adamantine Splint, they're applying 9 stacks of Reeling to themselves. That's -9 to their next attack roll. So, if I happen to take a hit while wearing Adamantine Splint, they are not going to hit me a second time without the assistance of a War God's Blessing user in the area. They just can't, because the numbers work out that way. Whereas with the Helldusk armor, even though this is 3 more, they are fully capable of just hitting me twice while wearing this. unless I go to the point where I have enough AC where nobody can hit me at all. Which is where this becomes better than this. But then you lose slot efficiency because at that point I am absolutely forced into Grimskull Helm because I'm giving up this slot for further AC. This slot doesn't have crit immunity, so I have to use that there, which means I couldn't do things like put on Haste Helm if I want more movement speed, put on Helmet of Autonomy if I wanted Wisdom Save proficiency for a particular thing. I couldn't put on Hat of Arcane Synergy if I was doing a build where that would be relevant. I couldn't, so on and so forth. How frequent are these multi-attacks? Any enemy that has extra attack. Or do you mean multi-attacks in terms of hits that are made up of multiple instances? Yes, either. So hits that are made up of multiple instances, you're looking primarily at paladins in terms of NPC behaviors. Hey Machine, how are you? Because Divine Smite is an extra on hit, but any of the other stylized smites are also an extra on hit, and they can be used together. So, you're looking at Voss in his longsword form because he has a use of Wrathful Smite. You're looking at Chirai Tiscan because she spams Wrathful Smite. You're looking at the Death Knights, all of them, because they all spam Staggering Smite. Anders, Minthara, Zealots, Ketheric, Merkel. They all work that way. Because with extra attack, you get that most 3 turns of reeling anyway, right? Well, the second hit will miss, and then reeling ticks down. Reeling ticks down by 1 each time, right? So by the time it's to the next turn, you're back to being hittable, but it is persistently, okay, you are hittable on the first one, even if it's unlikely, but you are not hittable on the second one. And that's where the value comes in. Because if you're crit immune, as the armor makes you crit immune, all you have to do is survive a hit. Hey, Mister. Did Raphael drop any other gear, just the Helldusk? He drops his diary, a little bit of money, a little bit of alcohol. That's it. We knock out Raphael for the XP. I don't care about the Helldusk armor. In fact, it's just extra carry weight right now. Adamantine Splint is a better item. Now you need to get proficiency to wear it, and it has the opportunity costs if you're not able to craft other adamantine. Like I had to go mace and armor here. I thought about the shield, decided that these suit me better.
You need to buy tenfold whatever rent, please.
Wait, is this a background where I actually have to save Oscar? Surely not. Fuck, it is? What if I just didn't do it?
I was told hide and seek stuff.
Well, if you have the gold, my pet artist will make you a most heroical likeness.
I doubt you've got that kind of dosh line about. All right, so maybe he's all.
I should speak up.
Well, you should at least know what you've paid for.
I'm the jacking off.
A genuine.
Recall a recent scandal.
Oh, I made a timely retreat into the country. Say, you.
A noble background entertainer.
Our trader can show you some of our more exotic. Our trader can show you. Strip this place bare.
time for some bloody work.
All right, back on. Of course. Got some interesting stuff for a friend of the family.
That... I'd like to have that. Really do like Rupturing Blade. Maybe I can make that work. Cost-wise. It'd be close, but...
Pleasure.
Can't risk being in open view.
Sent him out without money? Yeah, fuck that guy. He'll be fun. Maybe misunderstanding. With split, the reeling's removing, the attacker misses you, and you get hit. So without multi-attacks, the maximum reeling is 3. Yes. The maximum will be the number listed on the item that is giving you reeling. Kind of. Like with Giant Breaker, you can stack it up. With Adamantine Splint, you can stack it up if they're hitting you multiple times. But functionally, if someone hits you with a regular attack once, then you get 3 turns of reeling on them if it's a single instance hit, which is functionally plus 3 AC. Meaning, someone hits you once, you are at parity with the Helldusk unless you're doing double dip defense fighting style. You're at parity with Helldusk for the following attack. If they're using any sort of multi-instance hits, then you are higher AC than the Helldusk for subsequent attacks. Does that make sense? Poisoned.
I wonder if this is
That's
worth
rough,
the
buddy.
cost.
Big valuable.
Fall by my hand.
Alright, the reason why we handled that in the order we did is I wanted to make sure I got the inspo from Oscar. You can get the chest back from Zaris after giving it to her as long as you do not allow her to unload AO. So just stay, like, in the area. Don't go to camp. Don't walk too far to where she's not rendered anymore.
More for me.
Does Arcane Synergy work on unarmed monk attacks? It does not. Requires a weapon.
What's inside?
How much should I value Constitution? Depends on how likely you think you are going to be hit, and depends on your access to other means of having additional HP. So, like, if you're a Gold Dwarf, for example, you just get a ton of extra HP as you level. So maybe you don't want or need as much. If you are playing a class that gets access to Aid as a spell, you don't need as much because you can always spend a spell slot at the start of every day to give you a bunch. In terms of high-end optimization, Constitution is usually the first stat that goes, because all it does for you is HP, certain saving throws, all of which are avoidable. Every con save is avoidable, because all damage is avoidable. So it's the first to go of the physical stats, I should say. It is still more valuable most of the time than the mental stats that are not your primary spellcasting stat for whatever class you are. But of the physical stats, it's the first one to go. Now, depending on how comfortable you are, it's worth investing in, but I don't think it's ever worth taking past 14. Because strength and dexterity are too good to not have at 16 each. So you can't get past 15 in character creation with it. So unless you had some feat, like maybe you go Tavern Brawler Constitution, taking that to 16, you just can't have that. So I'd say at most 14, but like realistically, since you mentioned you're playing a Shadow Sorcerer, you're probably looking at something like 16 Dex, 16 or 17 Charisma, and that leaves, what, 14 Strength, 10 Con? Or 14, 8?
Have to keep going.
I don't care to do math right now. It's secondary, is the answer. It'd be too strong to have Dex as spellcasting ability on rogues. Yeah. It'd be too strong to have Dex as spellcasting ability on anything. Dexterity is already the best stat in the game. And I hate the B word, but like, for emphasis, I'm going to say it here.
Better be cautious.
Want to watch your Arcane Trickster run, don't know which one is it. Much I love the stream titles, sometimes they do be confusing. I believe I was... The tankiest was either Thief or Arcane Trickster. I don't remember which one. I played Arcane Trickster in one of the co-ops, but I don't remember which one off the top of my head. Clearly this means it's been too long since I played Trickster, so I need to do a more dedicated run for it, huh? I was maybe Trickster in the True Vampire Astarion run. I don't really remember. Better than Strength? Yes. Dexterity affects more things. Strength is up there. But, like, there's even times where you will see me make allowances, and it's like, okay, my Strength is not as high as it could be. Like, I may not drink the Potion of Everlasting Vigor until Act 3 on this run, because I want to make sure my Dex remains higher than my Strength. So, like, at Act 3, I'll be able to do Mirror of Loss to get my Dex to 20. And then I'm fine with my Strength going up to 18. Just Thief on the tankiest, thank you. I'm just not use any weapons, use Strength if I took 14 Strength, 16 Dex. I mean, it depends. Like, you, at that point, could go Finesse weapons to have them scale off of your Dex rather than your Strength. Or you would be relying on bows for your weapon purposes and just not bothering with melee. Or you just accept that your hit rate and damage would be kind of ass at 14 strength. Any of the above. Situational strength elixir is an option, but I wouldn't encourage keeping one on all the time. That's habit forming in a bad way. Look at this cat. You resurrect Priestess God multiple times, just once. Yes, indirectly. You need outside help to do that. Through use of what we call Connormancy, you can get her alive again. And then through use of either Death Ward or Survival Instinct, you can then remove the Spore Servant tag from her. Basically, whenever something triggers Survival Instinct or Death Ward or any of those cheat death effects, it loses the Shadow Cursed Undead and the Spore Servant tags. So at that point, if she were then to die again, you could then bring her back to Glut and revive her again, because the thing that prevented her from being targeted again is no longer there. But that requires having Connor's corpse, having Bitter Divorce, and then you need to use Connor to revive Glut, or to revive Gut, and then you apply Survival Instinct or Death Ward. Have that trigger, then you kill her, then you have Glut revive her. It's very roundabout.
Time for some bloody work.
In here. What are you doing? Say hi to chat. There's another way to do it, but I forgot to revive. Got in a cough, forgot what I did. Using Revivify might let you approximate Connormancy. Don't remember how consistently that lines up, though. Hey, what are you doing? Use Connor, but not Death Ward. I use Survival Instinct when I do it. Arrows of many targets remove the Shadow Curse Undead tag sometimes, so maybe you could do that. Your Revivify can't do the same thing. There you go. Just the trouble with that is you need a valid Revivify target, which needs to be a companion. When I'm using Magic Missile, Spell Sparkler, I need big damage. Needs Booming Blade, Tide Strength for sustained damage. Does that work well? Well, the thing about Magic Missile is that it's not big damage. It's consistent damage. People regularly confuse Magic Missile with being big damage because it's consistent damage, but like you would do more by just continuing to shoot the Titan String. But picking the right tool for the right situation is important.
is the hardest.
Jacob stretchy powers. Yeah. Hey, Mark. Would you recommend for big damage, then? I'd recommend that you play your character. Trying to map out every little detail like this, especially on a character that you... like, on a class you've not played before. Like, why do that when you could play? You will figure out where your damage comes from. You will develop systems that work for you. There are lots of ways to do big damage in this game. And you can just pick a favorite.
Don't waste a step.
If you're playing Shadow Sorcerer, then you could try leaning into getting an army of Shadow Hounds and buffing their damage up. But you've got a lot of options.
I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
Now, all that said, there's a lot of ways to do damage.
Open up.
Sorcerer is not a particularly high damage class compared to others. So, bear that in mind. You still do way more damage than the game necessarily requires at any point, but just temper the expectations. Don't go in expecting to compete with, like, Ranger or Fighter damage output. And among casters, don't expect to be competing with wizard damage output. Jake, what are you doing? Don't mess with that. He somehow got a hold of some spare chopsticks and he's chewing on the packaging. Stop it. You ever managed to make Abyss Beckoners useful? So the most useful application of the Abyss Beckoners, at least in my runs, have been when you want a summon to go hostile. Now, we rarely use them for that purpose because Connor just efficiently does that. But if you want a summon to go hostile, it could be good for that. Otherwise, if you're using very specific summons, they are immune to Demon Spirit Madness. Ghouls from Animate Dead are the big example there. So you could give up Glove Slot to just make them resistant to everything except Psychic, as long as they stay near you. But giving up Glove Slot is a very tall order. Glove Slot is, if we're disregarding weapon, the most competitive gear slot in this game. So, getting a mediocre effect like that you could get through other means, at the cost of your glove slot, even if you're mitigating the downsides, it's a very big ask.
Something over there.
Like, if you want your summons to get resists, well, if you're using Undead, you can give up your helmet slot and use Balthazar's circlet for that. Alternatively, if there's summons that are capable of using consumables, you could just stock up on resources and use Elixir of Universal Resistance, give them resistance to everything, including psychic damage, for 10 turns per consumable. At no gear slot cost for you. So it's a big ask.
That's curious.
Wait. XP. I don't know why. An Arcane Trickster run where you weaponize Mage Hand as much as possible could be fun. It could be fun. I probably wouldn't go pure class Trickster at that point. Like, I would want to pick up levels in something that could cast Aid. So, you know, Cleric. I'd probably want to go 3 Cleric levels at that point, just to give the hand more health, you know? Maybe even Warding Bond on it. It's already got exceptionally good resists, so Warding Bond would probably be a waste, but... like, I'd want to support it a lot. I'm going to get small.
Then he lifts up this place with his other arm.
As the symbol glows, power courses.
Or I'll wipe that nasty look. What was that? You want... Wait! I yield! I yield!
In my tabletop campaign, we have it canon that mine, Arcane Trickster, and the Wizard's Mage Hands are best friends, hold hands whenever they're out. That's adorable.
Yes! Yes! There! There! I've done it.
2 makes the Goblin Camp perma-hostile. We're going with, yeah, trading. One.
Arrogant pig.
Hey, Keith!
Crazy, deranged monsters. Shouldn't be allowed in here. I've got to take a piss.
Why would you take a piss instead of leaving one? Are you stupid? Oh, kick shape? Oh. Oh, sorry.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. This calls for careful footwork. Don't want to draw any attention.
I almost fucked up and pushed him, not realizing I hadn't gotten the ring yet. That would have been annoying. I'd been like, where's Crusher's ring?
Need to find a way forward.
With Crusher. But I got it. $452 left. Your goblins in the blighted village we can deal with now.
Softer than a whisper.
We're not kink shame. We do, however, kink question.
First step is the hardest.
Got a little farther than I like.
You've made a grave mistake.
It's okay.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. Hope this ends well.
On the edge of render distance. No mage hand's immune to demon spirit aura, just keep the benefits. Yeah, things that are immune keep the benefits. But also keep in mind, like, demon spirit on mage hand, like what's the upside? Mage hand already has incredible resists. Like, what are you actually getting? And the answer is pretty close to nothing, right? Excuse me. Apologies.
It's been a long day. I need to rest soon. Let's get this over with.
Kind of reminds me of, like, as good as on paper Bear Heart for Wild Heart is, for that resistance to everything except Psychic while raging. As good as that is on paper, remember, all forms of rage already give you the physical resistances, and any other incoming damage types are going to be situational. And you can cover whichever of those is relevant. Very rarely do you go into a situation where you need more than like one non-physical resist. Like, the elephant in the room there is your gear. And yeah, because you have to deal with not only all three kinds of physical damage, but you have radiant, you have thunder, you have fire, you have force. You also have psychic, which Bearheart doesn't cover. But yeah, you have every damage type except for necrotic. Necrotic, cold, lightning. But like the Hoarding Merrigan has random scrolls, so it could have necrotic, cold, or lightning coverage. But in a conventional situation, like let's say you're fighting in the Goblin camp, well, physical covers everything except for Sacred Flame and Ray of Sickness and Hex, Eldritch Blast. Like, you can target down those enemies appropriately, and you're not going to have to deal with all of those things at the same time, most of the time. If you're fighting a Devout and a Booyog at the same time, and you're forced to focus on something else, well then having resistance to all those things at once can be valuable. But then again, it's the Goblin camp, it's not like they're doing a lot to you. So, a long-winded way of saying you can apply the same concept to Abyss Beckoners, and it's like, okay, you are picking up a couple of resists you don't already have, but how often does that matter? Is that worth giving up the slot? The Savage Attacker reroll Strange Conduit Ring? Should, yeah. Why am I using the adamantine mace? To make my unarmed attacks ignore bludgeoning resistance. They're never going to become magical, so if I want to run around kicking shadows in Act 2, they're going to take almost no damage from it, unless I'm using the mace. My most recent level was Monk. Also, it's a +1 weapon at a point in the game right now where just having a +1 weapon is still pretty good. I don't need anything with a specific effect right now. Minotaurs make sense for a next stop. Skeletons by Shovel's Place of Birth. Those are very low yield XP, and they do a lot of damage. Like, 23 AC, as we've established, isn't good, and they are extremely accurate. A couple of them even use Arrows of Ilmater to shut off healing, and then all of the archers have the Hunter feature Colossus there. So they do an additional D8 of damage once per turn to a target below max HP. Basically, they could Robocop me to death if they roll really good for a turn. And the reward I get for surviving that is like 50 XP. So the risk-reward ratio ain't mathin' right now.
I don't need any attention right now. That took the edge off.
Good crit. Just gore me. Oh, that's even better. Move this fight over here so that I can't get, there's no risk of a ring out for me. Been knocked off that bridge before. No. Okay, so let's inspect this damage to show why a few things that I've mentioned defensively are the way they are. So on a 20, this dude's rolling 28. So I would need 29 AC to be unhittable. 29 AC and crit immunity. They high rolled a hit, and this hit was a 20, so if I didn't have crit immunity, that would have been a critical hit. These guys also have a feature, Savage Attacker. You know, the feat, the very good feat. So they're rolling for consistency with their melee weapons. Fortunately, Gore shouldn't actually benefit from that. Yeah, we don't see rerolls. But the feature that I was actually here for is Brutal Critical. They get an extra damage die on crit. So, this 19 I would have taken, that was 2d10. they would be rolling 5d10 plus 4. They can hit you for up to 54 damage. Assuming max roll, crit, no damage reduction. I have 2 damage reduction right now. So, like, if the Adamantine Splint didn't give crit immunity, that could have one-shot me. So, for example, if I was wearing the Helldusk armor without crit immunity, I still would have been hit. I still would have needed 3 more AC to become unhittable at that point. And that could have one-shot me. With 50 HP. Minotaurs are not a joke. Imagine fighting 2 of them at once and letting them hit you like that. Yeah, Savage Attacker is very good. The big reason why you maybe don't see it talked about that much is because the opportunity cost of giving up a feat slot for it is something that some builds can't manage. But let's say you're playing a Divine Smite Merchant of some kind. A Savage Attacker is one of the most impactful things you can get.
Maybe I need more pockets.
Because your entire gameplay loop is throwing fistfuls of inconsistency at people. Just shy of level 6. What does merchant mean? I just mean, like, that's your whole thing. That is your export. That is what you bring to the table. So, by Divine Smite Merchant, I mean, you took your paladin levels, and your gameplay loop is I hit thing and click Divine Smite. At that point, since so much of your damage is fundamentally inconsistent, Savage Attacker becomes valuable. Because, like, rolling a 2 damage Divine Smite when you have 5 spell slots for the day, you use 1/5 of your resources for the day to do a low roll Sacred Flame.
Let's get this over with.
And not to mention, it does affect whatever attack you are stapling your smites to. So it's already beneficial there. And the more dice you are rolling with an attack, the more valuable Savage Attacker becomes. It is not directly damage floor, but it is indirectly contributing to your damage floor. And keeping your damage floor in a healthy place is a big part of doing good damage consistently in this game. You going?
I got the plans.
Any tips on itemization or feats on Moon Druid? If most features and items don't work in wild shape, it's ideal to me making your character as tanky as possible, so if you get knocked out, you'd be okay. So what I like to prioritize on shapeshifting builds like that is things that cover for the weaknesses that whatever form I'll be assuming have. So, for example, I really like doing Slayer form builds, and a big thing with the Slayer is the hitbox is very mechanically awkward. Plus, you need a lot of movement speed if you're going to be repositioning, jumping at someone, and then moving. So, getting movement speed is really good. So, playing a class that has access to Longstrider for Slayer. Obviously, for Moon Druid, you are already a class that has access to Longstrider, but that means maybe you don't want to pass up opportunities to get more movement. Maybe if there's a particular damage type you're worried about incoming, maybe you pick a race that gets that as a resist, so that you never have to worry about it. Like, if you are worried about incoming poison damage, then playing a dwarf or halfling or green dragonborn can be good. Hey, Beyblade. If you're worried about mental saves, then maybe you want to play a no, because that feature persists. In terms of itemization, there are a couple key pieces of gear that do persist while you're wild shaped that are available throughout the game. In Act 1, you have the Shapeshifter's Boon Ring. Now, you don't tend to make skill checks while transformed, but I suppose it could help if you were turned into something light enough for people to shove. It helps the contested athletics check. You have Boots of Striding will persist. Their effect can persist, so you can give yourself knockback and prone immunity. A Shadeclinger armor effect will persist, so that's advantage in all saving throws if you want that. Those two pieces of gear, them working in wild shape is more because those two pieces of gear just have difficulty turning off when they're supposed to in general. It just so happens that that's something you can take advantage of in wild shape. If you are taking classes that have some sort of interaction with being armored or unarmored, those features can work depending on your status when you transform. So, like, if you are wearing armor that triggers the defense fighting style, when you transform, you will keep that bonus as long as you had the defense fighting style. If you have the dual wielder feat and you're dual wielding, you will keep that armor class. If you are a monk and you're unarmored when you transform, you will keep your unarmored bonuses into your wild shape. You can seek out things like, if you're turning into a form that has low base armor class, you can set yourself up so that you cast a mage armor scroll on yourself before transforming, so that you still have it once you're transformed. If you want armor class, you can go for Shield of Faith from Priestess Gut, as per usual. I'd encourage getting a lot of elixirs and consumables and swapping things around when appropriate. Like, Hold Person isn't necessarily a threat in a wild shape build because you are not a humanoid, but if you get knocked out of your wild shape, you could become a valid target. And that also doesn't cover other paralytic effects. Things like the claws of ghouls and of meanlocks. So getting access to the freedom of movement spell and casting it on yourself can be very, very good for you overall. Certain permanent stat buffs will work, and certain stat buffs from feats will work while wild shaped, or a lot of this stuff applies to the Slayer as well. You can use this, in the case of the Slayer, you can have 30 strength in your Slayer form in Act 3. You can have 28 in Act 2. But you can be running around above Cloud Giant strength levels without having to use that elixir. For traditional wild shapes, it caps quite a bit lower, but you can still use things like the Potion of Everlasting Vigor to give your wild shapes an extra +2 strength. Auntie Ethel's Hair will apply in that form as well. And any feats that do not give you that that plus or minus widget in the level up screen that give you an ability score increase, those will apply. So that is all forms of the Resilient feat. That is Actor, That is heavily armored, heavy armor master, any that just increase without you getting that that widget that you see on ASI, on Tavern Brawler, on moderately armored. So you can prioritize those to fill out your stats appropriately. Though alert is always good. You know, initiative, especially some of the wild shapes have pretty bad decks, and you won't be able to wear your initiative gear while you're transformed. Can you explain how to properly use the Blast Pendant on a rogue? You build up lightning charges. You enable the Blast Pendant status, which lasts 2 turns, so you could then pass the turn, and then on the following turn, build up more lightning charges. You can somewhat easily set up to have the 5 burn a bonus action to turn on, like, prime it, and then do your hit with, like, Booming Blade, for example. But the difference between a 5 charge Lightning Blast and a 7 charge is pretty big. When you're min-maxing, at least. But if you're going for, like, a top-end Lightning Blast on a rogue, you're probably looking at, Crater Flesh Gloves. Clicking Sneak Attack off the bar. Applying Bone to as many things as you possibly can. So, no, it's gotta be a spell, so you'd be doing Booming Blade rather than Sneak Attack off the bar. You'd be doing Booming Blade, Reaction, Sneak Attack. With Crater Flesh Gloves. If you manage to pick up, like, other weapon spell attacks from multi-classing or something, you could go that way. Like, if you're a Zariel Tiefling, you could instead do, one of those smites. That could be decent, but action economy. What's the difference between those sneak attacks? So, doing sneak attack as a reaction is not considered its own instance of damage. But it still happens afterwards. So it's not a simultaneous thing. So let's say you were doing something like Amulet of Branding to apply vulnerability for 1 hit. If it's not simultaneous, the target can lose the status before the rest of the damage happens. Wondrous Gloves AC carries over to Wild Shape. Does it? That one's news to me. Alright, I can speak with that here. Hey, Ashley. How you doing? What's the advice? You're welcome. It was a good question. I like talking wild shape mechanics. And again, Slayer form, because I'm a big believer in the Slayer form. I'm probably the Slayer form's #1 fan. And I really like talking about why it's good, because it is good.
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
And when branding works with dual wielder turned on, so I think it should with sneak attack as a reaction. Depends on the time frame. Depends. Possible it does, but I know for a fact there's some instances where if everything is not perfectly lined up as part of the first hit, they won't all get the vulnerability. I've experienced that during testing.
No.
Could even be down to animation speeds, as things like that sometimes are in this game. I'm sure if they patch this as patch 8, I do remember walking around as Moon Druid with uncharged Bardic Inspiration I can never use. Well, that doesn't have anything to do with the AC from the gloves. Like, nobody uses these gloves for the Bardic Inspiration. They use it for the AC. I don't see why this AC would persist when you're shapeshifted, but I don't think I've ever specifically tested that item. So, I can't say that you're wrong off the top of my head, but that doesn't match anything that I've experienced. So, thanks for confirming.
Seems like the best way.
Don't remember if I read this book. Oh yeah, it's gone, so I must have.
Let's see.
Yeah, we'll make the dagger. I was thinking about doing a sickle to be cool, but I'll make the dagger. Just the amount of times I've needed an emergency throwable dagger. Oh, that's ahead of myself. It just makes sense.
The flame.
Start working on the guys up top, maybe? Oh, we got Piddle.
What path lies before me? Here goes nothing.
Exactly. Well,
Don't waste a step. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Never wanted the easy path.
should start considering buying Caustic Band. I did spend on Oscar, so a little behind.
On my way. That wall's barely holding together. What's in here? Never wanted the easy path.
Haven't freed Halcyon yet. That'll be a big chunk, but close enough to level 6. I could fight the spiders in the spider pit. That'll get me there. Also Palma.
Don't want to draw any attention. First step is the hardest.
Spider seeds.
You picked the wrong fight, friend. lies before me.
Big hit. It's your. Cinema. Possible to kill Raglan and still do the Grove Assault afterwards? Yes, but what you have to do to achieve that is you have to send Minthara to do her preparations for the raid, and then kill Jorah Raglan after you've already locked that in. Or you can go kill Jorah Raglan the morning of the raid before you actually go to the raid. Those are your options. Because Jorah Raglan dying causes the entire Goblin camp to go permanently hostile. Roa and her compatriots immediately teleport to Act 2. Abdurak starts walking off, and all of the goblins, plus Minthara, go permanently hostile. Should really go buy Gloves of Archery for this, but I'm lazy.
Better be cautious.
This is crazy. I could fight her straight up, but like I could also do this.
Everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Risk being an open view. Be cautious. That's a friendly looking shadow. Breathe quiet, move with care.
Funny bug that happens if you have the raid enabled to fight Rags on the day of the raid. Their friendly goblin can't come to your aid. Never been able to replicate it. The one time it happened was hilarious. That's funny.
Out of sight, out of mind.
That's really funny. I'll have to try that.
Need to find a way forward.
Fucking 2?
Don't mind if I do. No traps, please. Here goes nothing. These things have stayed interesting.
I got stuff if you got coin.
Than Bulma smashing you or breaking your skull like an egg. Sorry, is it Bulma like Dragon Ball? Doesn't work on patch 8. Thank you for confirming. We're gonna buy those. Does delay cost span by a little bit, but Doomhammer is at least theoretically useful. Gloves of archery, yeah. Self-explanatory. Even if it did, 1 AC in Wild Shape's nothing. It is nothing, but like, in terms of with how limited gear interactions with Wild Shape can be, it's at least something that's interesting to know. Like, as we talked about earlier, AC without critical hit immunity is completely pointless. But something versus nothing with no opportunity cost. It's at least worth knowing about. I don't think it works. I doubt it ever did either, but I like to confirm things.
Better stay back. One strike could be lethal.
There's level 6.
Moving ahead.
These intellect devours are another example of something that's highly dangerous for very little payoff. Like a tiny XP gain. So that's why you don't see me fight them early in most runs. Some runs I can't get around it. Sometimes there's a restriction that forces me to deal with them.
Should get started.
First honor victory on September 9th, 2024 absolutely worked then. That would have been patch 7. I don't remember that working in patch 7. But it's possible I overlooked it.
Don't have much to spare, but it's more than we can carry.
Alright, so I take a rogue level here for dialogue purposes. I would really like athletics expertise. Do I want sleight of hand? It would make my life easier. Obviously, what I need to go do is another druid run. Hell yeah. One of the good options for meta magic. I'm a big fan of extended. That's probably my favorite one. Twin is also great. If you're going to the level 3 ones, then a lot of people will tell you quickened, and quickened is very useful. But it's also extremely resource hungry. Subtle is a really good utility option that's much more sustainable. Like, doing things like a subtle spell Scorching Ray from on top of a rooftop is, like, really, really good, and nobody talks about it. what Subtle Spell does is not only does it make it so a spell doesn't have vocal components, so you can cast it while silenced. It also makes it so that spell doesn't break hiding. If you do something with that spell that would have caused you to break hiding, you instead roll a stealth check. That would be a way to make stealth useful in a roundabout way, but it allows you to do things like cast stuff that would normally reveal you, but you don't have to worry about that. Really cool. Subtle Spell also lets you use that cloak in Act 3 that gives minus crit while hiding. Lets you use that a lot more effectively, because it's easier for you to remain hidden. I'm a big fan of that one. But the big ones are definitely Extended, Twin, and then you're pretty much going your preference between Quicken and Subtle. Heightened is not really very good. And I don't even remember the name of the other one, that's how bad it is. I'll eventually have Persuasion and Intimidation expertise from Astral Tadpole, same with Deception. I'm reluctant to go into those. Picking up Insight could be useful, picking up Religion could be useful. I'm just trying to think how many places Sleight of Hand expertise is actually going to matter for me. I guess just for convenience. Means I'll take the proficiency. Will I end up rolling Religion or Deception? No, I'll be Evil Deity Cleric, so I don't need Religion for Act 2. I can always pop a Human Versatility in Act 3. I'll be getting an extra one. Do I go Insight to try to ensure Render of Mind and Body? Meh. I think ultimately it is this. So I have no use for this, I have no use for this, I have no use for this. I can cover this through other means. This is very niche. I have no use for this. That'll be covered eventually, that'll be covered eventually, that'll be covered eventually. I already have proficiency here. Cleric will I take? I was thinking Death originally for twinning Bone Chill, but I think Trade convinced me to do Nature, so I can pick up Shillelagh for Ironvine Club or Ironwood Club stuff. Editing the builds com.
Very well.
I'm still looking to shift some supplies.
Right, now that we're level 6, vendors sell flight potions. They also sell guileful movement elixirs. They can sell speed potions. A lot of stuff we can buy now that we couldn't before. There's a solid argument for me running around with a heroism elixir on for the accuracy. But I really do like the initiative from Vigilance right now.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking.
A lot of daggers. I think my next level is going to be Cleric. 7 will be Cleric, 8 will be Wizard. Start diversifying my spell list at level 8. Wild to me they come up with so many challenge runs for this game. I like playing this game differently. Like, a different way every time if I can manage it. We just barely have enough for this. The Baneful's a finesse weapon, so I could put my new sneak attack to work. Circumstances depending. Fine, before I talk myself out of it. I do have stuff I can sell. I do rank the Empowered Meta Magic, which is legacy content if you know about it. I don't. Feel free to enlighten me.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
I like learning. Sorry, my joints are cracking. I'm falling apart here. Savage Attacker for spells. It's pretty good.
Welcome back. Have you made any new discoveries?
That would be useful. Using it on every spell would be obviously come at the opportunity cost of not using other meta magic, and it would be extremely sorcerer point hungry to keep doing it, but very impactful. I like the idea, certainly. Like, look at Scorching Ray. Scorching Ray is already widely accepted to be a very good damage-dealing tool. Now imagine if you could just nudge your Scorching Ray to be slightly more consistent without having to use things like Hat of the Sharpcaster, which is both an Act 3 item and in a competitive gear slot. And kind of awkward to even get in your game. Hey, Mikolash. How are you? There's Caustic Band. Let's try to make some of this money back. But what about the money? Corrosive Flail is something I want, but can I afford it right now? No. Am I gonna try to buy it anyway right now? Yeah. But know that I cannot afford it. I could pull Gale out of the wall sometime soon. Come to think of it. gold short. Streamer can't do math. Here, Dareth, have these rotten eggs. I'll scramble yours later.
This'll do wonders for the shop.
Out of money.
Have I got everything?
The resurrection scroll is good money since, you know, 0 gold. Yeah. You raise a good point.
No one stopped me yet. Better than nothing.
Approach the sigil on this.
A hand? Anyone?
Say, but I know you.
Whoa, easy does it. And you...
I trust I've made myself. Of this words will now appear. So it is. In that case, this will be blessed.
The pouch is sealed with differently as the This is the flute Gale kept on his The flute awaits with bated breath.
Iskcha, she's died.
Go gut with throw and keep her body. You have to go for a specific lineup. You have to throw her at an angle where the destination is... like, the game thinks that she'll go in the chasm, but you see the throw arc gets interrupted by terrain. There's a video pinned in the Discord channel. The person who showed me that throw, Mustard Plant. I don't know if she's around today, but that's why I call them mustard pixels. Because she's the one who brought that to my attention. So I can sell this and that. I can recruit Gale when I feel like it. Doesn't have to be now. The pixel that fell through the floor. You probably threw it too far to the left. Steal some goblins.
Always room for more.
Let's look at Entertainer background here. Oh yeah, investigate Quag. Can still do that. Successfully perform on the Goblin War Drum. Take part in the Goblin Camp's toast. Doable. Recommend just restarting now. I mean, check your last save if it wasn't that far ago. Crash your game. It wasn't that long ago, rather. Just crash your game.
Hey! As the symbol glows, power courses through you.
Never been caught doing that before.
Drink my...
Alright, time to skulk about.
You should all look over there.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Cat. I think the most amazing thing I've witnessed across this run is how long you avoid killing the goblins. Yeah, you don't have to get in combats until you're ready.
What you standing here all dry for? Come here, have a drink.
It's very friendly.
What should we toast to, eh? Guys! This one's giving us a toast.
You raise your glass and shout.
And I bet each and every one of you before the sun sets.
You can always take a bite out of me.
My man.
To finding those looters and crushing them.
Go on, drink up.
Elaborate bartending trick? Hell yeah. Crashing my game to load back takes away some of the challenge to me. That's valid, and I agree with that. So, yeah, restart if you care that much.
Bravo. Now get out of our way. I need another drink.
Fair enough. Goodbye.
Better be cautious. Breathe deep and move.
Someone's killing us off. Battle stations.
Another NPC in Act 1 who can do that? Is it just got? Nope, there isn't. Something that I've thought about but haven't yet experimented with is getting NPCs to use the Shield of Faith from Anders' sword on you. But there's a lot of factors there that I have to pin down, and it's not a viable strat yet. It's a theory on a strat. If you care this much, Jeff, restart your run. Like, it's not a huge time loss.
If everyone else minds their business.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
I did, but I can slit your throat if you prefer quick death.
Please don't. I won't rat you out, I swear. Just leave me be. This one's all right, lads. Knows nothing about no poisoning.
Let's keep you.
Should mind my step.
Being a drow here is hilarious. You tell them not only did you poison them, they should be happy you did. Mm-hmm. Too many drow PCs. How dare you roleplay in this role-playing game? Everyone laugh at this nerd role-playing, immersing themselves in this fantasy world and having fun. Cringe.
I need a quick word.
Having fun allowed? It's not. I did get the Raphael knockout and the brand. What is she doing? Okay. The two things are unrelated to each other. I set up the Raphael thing over by the, where the guidance amulet is. That's my chosen location. So, by the time I go anywhere near the goblin camp, I've already dealt with that. Also makes sense to always romance Lae'zel as a drow male. The matriarchal conditioning just kicks in, you know nothing else. I mean, I don't necessarily think that's true, because Lae'zel is what's known as a bratty bottom. A second party member? No. She's a woman who confidently tells you what to do. It's the only familiar thing you encounter on the surface. But like Shadowheart does the same thing. Karlach does the same thing. And Karlach is very much a dominant type. And then there's Minthara, who you can also romance. Like, BG3 is full of strong women. My point is that that's not a Lae'zel exclusive thing. Yeah, that should be fun. Yeah, Trade, I think a lot of players will fixate on this idea that, like, for a class to be the class, you need to use items that specifically point out that class identity rather than looking at the effects of what items are actually doing for you. I think it's just habits people built up from other games that they're displacing onto this one. Ow. Rolled to 20. 17 was enough. The reason I never use Booming Blade when attacking, it's an extra click. That's the whole reason. I'm lazy. Like, I have it keybound, but an extra click. Classic. Ow. Just slightly out of range there.
What do I have to lose?
But on the subject of Booming Blade, one of the reasons why it's frequently referred to as Boring Blade is because very rarely is there a reason to flick a basic attack over it. And that gets boring quickly. Sometimes I'll just arbitrarily decide not to use it. It's a vibes thing. Not something I'm consistent on either. What if I like to hear the boom, and then click boom and go? Which reaction sneak attack would keep the sound effect? That would be nice.
Maybe not the best time.
Disagree, it is absolutely the best time. Not an enormous complaint of being incredibly nitpicky about it. Druid's versatile enough that really don't need specific items. Just something that surprised me, given not even the class reward for exposing Quag gives any class-related bonuses. The title's cool though. Well, that's the thing. Like, you don't need something to be explicitly for a specific class for it to lend itself to whatever you're doing. And sometimes that could even still work out to be across specific class lines. Like, for example, Mutilated Carapace, Orin's Clothes. Extremely powerful, versatile item. Requires you to be disguised or shapeshifted in some form to get its effect. And druids are very good at utilizing that because they have class features that accomplish that rather than just regular old disguising. It doesn't say druid anywhere on it, but it is used most easily by a druid. Class are healing potions. Fighter. That is more attacks. How is Stars Druid? Very good. We use Minor Illusion to bring every goblin at the front of the camp to the big old boys spot to throw them off. One of these other strats just too satisfying. Hey, how dare you have fun. Just because it's unique to your class doesn't make it valuable too. See Helmet of Smiting or Cap of Curing, Blazer of Benevolence, Reason's Grasp, and Raging Heart Garb. Armor of Devotion. Is a level 6 ability good? Read it. What does it do? Stars for it slaps me. Just say I don't roll below 10 on con checks is huge. It is. And you get really good value on your bonus action in both dragon form and archer form. On top of that, you get a wide arsenal of spells. It's one of the stronger 2-level dips. And of course, it does have value at higher levels too. It's got a very good level 2 though. Jake, what are you doing? Why are you jaking? Can I help you, sir? I totally shouldn't have used Hexblade's Curse there. I thought I had one more short rest.
Don't want to draw any attention. If not over, then through.
Also, I forgot to buy fangs from this guy every reset.
Stop the fire! You gave them fleas, you filthy bugger.
A great taut drum sits before you. One strike would likely ring for miles, alerting goblin reinforcements. The echoes of the drumbeat fade to silence.
Lovely rhythm, that. Don't worry.
Common Bar W. Stars form damage, radiant, allowing to do reverb builds and druid should you desire. Radiating orb builds, I'm sorry. I mean, you can. Radiating orbs are popular, but let me put it bluntly. Radiating orbs are not good. For the same reason armor class isn't good. Opportunity cost. And a lackluster effect compared to anything else you can be doing with the slots. I know you weren't commenting on the effectiveness, but I feel compelled to bring that up given how often radiating orbs are mentioned in general. Reverb builds. Why reverb build when you can just devote one item slot that is generally pretty low value, that being your boot slot, to just taking care of all of the reverb needs you could ever have? Like, that's not a build, that's using an interaction that any build can. Devoting any more slots to reverb beyond that is wasteful, especially if you're giving up your glove slot, which, as mentioned earlier in the stream, is, outside of weapon, likely the most contested gear slot in the game. Like, maybe if you do Marco Thunder in Act 3, that's an acceptable second source of reverb, but like, if you're going beyond just the boots, and even often the boots can be replacing something that could be more impactful for you, like, you're not really gaining much.
Pleasure.
But yeah, it's not a build, it's an effect. Something you can put on your build, but if you are taking everything that says reverb in the game, know that you're not really getting any impact beyond the second one. Could make Guileful Movement, and we could deal with Ethel now. I want to have enough money to buy Corlin's Grace from her, though. Let's sell more stuff to Roa. Gonna have to do an extra long rest at some point to bang Lae'zel. Should I put a counter on screen for once we've secured a romance? It'll be at 2 for like most of the run. It won't start incrementing until end of Act 2 again.
Need something else?
Is mayonnaise a reverb? Yeah. Alright, so if I pop Guileful now, what am I doing with it? Do I want to do that now, or do I do long rest now? Thinking. I really need spell slots for Ethel. It's just a question of whether I want Hexblade's Curse for that. I don't think I need that. Alright, let's go do it. The idea behind fighting Ethel now is that'll allow me to take Hag Hair for my Dexterity, getting me to 18 here. Dexterity is currently my attacking stat for both my melee and ranged effects. And this will also help my initiative. Remember, this is a run where I can't get alert. So it's something I need to keep an eye on. I should actually do investigate Kaga. And, deal with that. Also, problem. I have Refreshed on right now. I need to get rid of that. And I just popped my Guileful Movement. So I can't fight Ethel right now. I need another source of 10 temp HP. Don't have one. Earliest access right now is getting a Tadpole from near. If I can luck into another Guileful Movement somewhere, that's an option. Let's check Aaron. If I can't find one, then I'll use this one to go fight the Spider Matriarch, I guess. You know, I don't really have much reason to right now. Yeah, a bit of a massive fuck up on my part. Personally like the belligerent gloves. Yeah, you can like them. They're not good, but you can like them. Explain why the boots are enough. I'm focusing on reverb. Because the boots will apply reverb basically every time anything happens in the context of you interacting with one person. Like, if you AoE a group, only one person will get it. But, like, let's say you have reverb boots and adamantine shield. Each time they miss you, they're getting reverb. Let's say you have reverb boots on and you're attacking someone. You hit them, they get reverb. Like, why do you need more? Especially, once again, your glove slot is one of the most impactful for your build crafting. If you are wearing the gloves of Belligerent Skies, you are not wearing the Flawed Helldust gloves, Sparkle Hands, Helldust gloves, Crater Flesh gloves, Reviving Hands, Gloves of Soul Catching, Fleet Fingers, Wondrous Gloves, Spellmight Gloves. And, like, that's another good question. Focusing on reverb to do what? Like, what's the goal of the reverb? Glove slot is highly competitive. Giving up your glove slot to do what the gloves do, but worse, is not a compelling argument. Boot slot, a lot less competitive. Sometimes still is competitive, but less so than gloves. Generally. Mole. She might be selling one. Boots will reverb things if you stop hiding near an enemy. It'll happen if you miss an enemy. The boots will pick an enemy in the room to reverb every turn when you have Sanctuary applied to yourself. Like, they trigger a lot.
I had a feeling you'd be back.
Mole has a fire shield, though. That is something I'm gonna want. Helps a lot with knocking out Minthara. Necrotic Resistance Elixir, I think I'm gonna buy that straight up.
been a friend to her.
Yes, she is cataloging
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
No hag? So I'm currently sorting out... I popped my only guileful movement elixir before accounting for the fact that I have refreshed. If I go fight Ethel while I have this refreshed buff, it'll turn into a debuff that I don't want while fighting her. I cannot fight Ethel safely without an elixir of guileful movement active. So I'm checking vendors to see if there's another one. If I can't find one, I'll have to long rest and secure the mats for another one. That could be useful. I could level up companions, but I don't want to do that right now.
Please, a quick look, if you don't mind.
Surely you could just make the save against hold 6 times around. Ah, Stonemason Kith, my guy. I'm gonna kith you on the mouth. That's my goat right there. Now we're poor. Yeah, a little bit. I think I can still afford Orland's Grace. Maybe. Hopefully. We'll see.
I don't. Gods grant me patience. Eat up, Mary.
Yeah, we're good.
I won't say it again. What do you say? Want me to take? That is my price. Nothing more, nothing less. And you?
Shame Kith is worth XP? No, it's not. He's also a slaver. Correct that he's worth XP.
Fireplace isn't real. What's hidden behind it? I don't need any attention right now. It's watching me.
This is my key.
What is this place? Can't risk being in open view.
Please!
I still have that Cloud of Daggers scroll. Oh, Fireball's dog shit. I could use that. Well, I have this crooked wand too.
Light on my feet.
Flavor Mason, who's more interested in rocks and their history, that would make my correction. Sorry, stopped listening after the first word was still slaver. Incredible accuracy.
Don't make me hurt them.
Hey, Hayes, man. How are you? Oh, sure, Your Honor. I may murder people, but my real passion is trains, so I think we should focus more on that. One of the reasons why I like the Baneful is applying Bane like this lowers attack rolls. Yeah, Shoop. No matter what Stonemason Kit spent his entire life doing, no matter how many people that he hurt, you know, our thoughts and prayers should go out to his family. Wait, that doesn't sound correct.
Softer than a whisper. Step carefully. There's a trap. Best be on my way. Prime spot for an ambush.
Think of his children. Yeah, maybe their quality of life will go up. Everyone else's certainly did.
There, in the cage. Good idea, I think.
You.
Okay, going behind Ethel in initiative here often works out to be beneficial. This means you could just start dealing with the clones right away. Unfortunately, my action was still used up from throwing that water bottle because I had no self-control. So we're gonna have to do a speed potion loop here.
Seen everything.
For a more civilized society these days, there's no need for violence. You have to be careful what you say, though. People are too fond of going straight for the jugular. I couldn't read that without smiling, so figured I'd read it out loud too.
So desperate to be special.
And my concentration's gone already.
Another human wretch infesting Faerun.
Chat, Ethel is just exercising her right to free speech.
Pity. Actually made you interesting.
Listen, she may be a hag and have done some terrible things, but she also offered to take care of your little bugger. It's true. It's true. Stonemason kid clearly kept calling for a martyr to the cause, just didn't expect it to be himself. Yeah. They never do they? Well, do you know how many Grove raids there have been in Faerun in the last year? Including or not including cult violence? Everything we're saying probably doesn't make sense to a solid 60% of the chat, but it's absolutely hilarious to the ones that do get it. Allegorian too close to the sun. The good one, Leaky one. exploding. I'm exploding. I'm exploding.
Another human rats infesting the room. Pity. Actually made you interesting.
I think you used that one already, Ethel. How to do this? Do I feel like going through the whole thing of fighting her again? Not really. We'll go slightly negative on the XP here.
Wait! Ah! Wait! But it's... You are just... It's your choice, sweetness.
The power and the girl.
I can set up shop, babe.
Dexterity. So, I'm XP negative by not killing Ethel, reviving her to get the hair.
I'm done.
Like, I'm lazy.
I can't wait to sleep.
You bastard! You ruined it! Ethel was going to bring just a bit longer. More than I could have done.
This calls for careful footwork.
It's a shame Ethel got Marina. There was nothing I could do. Right, with what? No, with Connor. Should give it the hair. Almost all NPCs, their AI kind of ceases functioning if you bring them back with Connor, but we have two known exceptions. Lantarv, under specific circumstances, I'm still not quite sure what, and Ethel.
Just out of view.
You can't talk to her normally, that part's still broken, but if you have not triggered the hag hair dialogue with her in her first life, it does trigger on the threshold in the second, and then she works normally in Act 3 after that point.
This medication.
It's really good to know. Yeah, it allows you to squeeze an extra 150 XP out of Ethel. Here in Act 1.
On my way.
150 is a significant chunk. Remember, that's the same amount as the Boulette, as Floric, as Halcyon, as Quag. All of them are 150. Halcyon to save though, right? Sure. Yeah, that's what I meant. You can kill him before he gets in your camp. you have a couple opportunities depending on how much you do or don't progress his dialogue and quest line. You can knock him out while still completing his quest. It's just, if you do it after having spoken to him too much, then the game will treat him as dead, and that'll break his quest, and also your dialogues with certain other NPCs. And if you wait too long, you won't be able to do it. Like, as soon as you're able to put him in your party, it's too late. But you can either do it, like, the day before, like, the day of the tiefling party, like, before you long rest, as long as you've not talked to him enough about Moonrise, etc. You can knock him out and just get the information from him in the morning, and everything will work properly, except you will have the option to tell Art Cullen that Halsin is dead. Just don't pick that option. Instead, just leave the conversation, then go talk to Halsin about Art, and then everything works normally from that point. Alternatively, you just go through his questline normally and everything, and then after you have successfully rescued Thaniel, before putting Halsin in your party ever, just knock him out in the camp. He stops having an XP value once you recruit him. $18 decks. Still on Guileful. Could go for Minthara, but I'm planning on doing that later. Spider Matriarch, I guess? I don't need to do that. Like, why would I even do that right now? I do need to get another Guileful movement at some point, but it can wait. Let's go Colossus here. Go fight the Merrigan. It ends on killing the Gur in the swamp. Like Gandrel? He's very scary. If you aren't careful, he can one-shot you out of the game. At low HP, he has the ability to crit you through your crit immunity. And he is also an archer using a heavy crossbow, hunter's mark, and special arrows. So he can basically slam about 60 damage into you on a particularly high roll. And you'll notice I don't have that much HP. But his bow is good. And, he is a chunk of XP. But he is, very offensively, fucked up. Got my HP go down. I had a temporary buff, which I can get that back now. Probably should. Do I have another heroism? I do. I'll get that buff back now, partially for demonstration's sake. In his case, think of his children. I mean, they're probably gonna eat him anyway, so. From this wealth, drink it. You can use this for any circumstance other than fighting Ethel. It is 10 temp HP that goes in your regular HP pool. So I can't have sources of temp HP active while I have this, with the exception of Spore's Druid's symbiotic entity. Because that one is mechanically different from every other temp HP source in the game. So uniquely Spore's Druids can just have their cake and eat it too there. But for everyone else, it's you give up access to temp HP in exchange for 10 real HP. The downside is if you long rest with that effect active, it turns into a debuff. So that's why I was just checking to see if I have heroism elixirs, because I can clear the effect by replacing it with a source of temp HP that's 10 or higher. gotta do investigate Quag after this too. Ring of Protection would be comfy. Gonna go Gloves with the Growling Underdog here for advantage. That'll give me access to my sneak attack.
Out of sight, out of mind.
I need to grab the key. What did I say about long rest? If you long rest with refreshed active, it turns into a debuff.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
But because of the amulet of the Worthy, I have slashing resistance. Because of Adamantine Splint, I have 2 damage reduction to everything. So, American is doing a lot less damage to me. And weirdly, despite these animations not looking like they do slashing damage at all, Tusk Attack, slashing. Rush, slashing. I feel like they should be bludgeoning, but they're not. To get rid of Refreshed, replacing it with Temp HP. 10 or more. So, Shield of Thralls works, Elixir of Heroism works, level 2 Upcast of Aid or Armor of Agathis works.
Belongs to American, if I recall correctly.
Like Tusk should be piercing. Yeah.
Foot soldiers.
Probably piercing.
I don't fancy meeting the commander. This belonged to Amerigo, one of Hell's foot soldiers.
You False Life, not Aid. Did I say Aid? I meant False Life. Part of the reason we came here is more jelly slime.
Wish I had a bag of holding. Another mask.
Imagine if Aid also worked like Refresh, people would be so confused. They would be, yeah. Aid and Hero's Feast are real HP increases. It's fortunate that they aren't weird.
Snitch. No
Back Entertainer.
drugs with clan flame shade.
It's Skick Pig, you piss up.
So there's an inspo that I'm not going to be able to get because it requires me just killing Lacrissa.
Stinking snitch. No one drugs with clan flame shade.
Maybe knocking her out would cause the replacement to spawn for the party, and then Lacrissa would actually be there in Act 2, but that's not... I don't think that's how that would work. It's non-lethal work, just a little nap. I think the game would consider her dead, and like, I don't want to jeopardize my chances at getting the XP from the Potent Robe quest. But I should science that out on another run. Alright, I need to do the Mattis dialogue. I can get an inspo in the investigate Kaga thing too. Okay. So there's reasonably 2 more inspos I can get before Act 2.
You attacked someone.
Juicy crit. Colossus is the elixir choice here because it's just raw damage. Remember, I'm scaling all of my melee attacks off of dexterity. Specifically to override my pact scaling so that it goes off of my dex instead of my charisma, allowing me to reap the benefits of the Baneful without being locked to charisma scaling. I can do the same thing with Chargebound Hammer in Act 2. Probably will. That's for situations where I don't want to do Adamantine Mace for my unarmed attacks.
Shit! What now?
This. I'm a good one.
Have to keep going.
XP's going well.
They'll let anyone in around here.
Anyone.
I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
Get him peckish.
See, got that you're hiding.
Can't risk being in
You attacked someone. Only the guards are allowed to do that.
Wait
as
6
this
seconds, get my
one
action
is
back.
about to demonstrate.
Yes, Booming Blade would do more. I'm gonna use it now. So I can't sneak attack right now anyway.
Can't slow down.
This chest over here.
I don't need any attention right now.
Attacked someone.
Did I miss?
Only the guards are allowed to do that, as this one is about to demonstrate.
Pretty sure I missed. A 2. You did a 3 to hit. Yeah, sure. It's making the charisma saves against the Baneful.
Blood follows me everywhere.
Good for him.
Better be cautious. Best be on my way. Map table to the If everyone else runs their business, I'll be fine.
You attacked someone. Only the guards are allowed to do that, as this one is about to demonstrate.
Waiting to get my action.
With haste.
Stuff.
What's inside? A lot on my mind. And, well, in it. Please, a quick look.
Go fix Karlach first. What's my next class gonna be? I think Cleric will be the next level. Getting access to Blade Ward, Thaumaturgy, and Resistance will be nice. It also gets me access to, I won't have to roll to get Night Singer's favor, as long as I pick an evil deity.
Alright then.
I'll get a little more spellcaster progression as well. And I can, if I go Nature Domain, I can pick up Shillelagh for use on Ironwood Club and Ironvine Shield. Maybe I mess around with. I'm thinking level 8 is probably Wizard, so I can start scribing some useful spells. No idea on what would be after that.
Always happy to help those who follow the first circle.
Possibly Sorcerer at that point. But, like, my need for Dark Vision, for Superior Dark Vision, will have likely passed, because I'll have cleared out a lot of the Shadow Curse lands. Maybe do it anyway. We'll see. So, logically, I guess 8 should be Sorcerer. For Dark Vision purposes, but, like, I'd probably go Wizard anyway, you know? What a stat spread did I end up picking? 16 strength, 17 dex. We boosted to 18 with hag hair, 14 con, 8 int, 8 wisdom, and charisma. Wanted to come here. Alright, fix Karlak. Always good to have the high dex, yeah.
Hey, soldier. Zariel used to top me up every now and again when she wanted me to go after an... Nah, sort of. Next time we... Hey, soldier.
Pleasure. Take.
I don't think I've ever felt... Do you want to? I'd like... Hey, soldier.
Gotta flirt.
Really?
I have something to ask.
Something the matter?
Well, hello. What can I do for you? In theory, the next... So, trust me. Everything before that is so long ago, it's ancient. It was only after. I can't... But now... It's grim either way. I'm glad to hear it.
You kind of want the Whispering Promise. Still feel like I can hold out for a bit. Question for you: what build works well with Shadowblade? Gonna go Rogue, Sorcerer. My first thoughts when go Swash Rogue. Well, you could play Arcane Trickster and just like pick it up that way, but you can just use the ring to pick it up and still remain pure class. Hey Mega Hatred, how are you? The thing about Rogue is there's like it benefits a lot from pure classing. Level 11, you get a huge power spike if you're pure classed, so you have one level of wiggle room, and I usually like using that level for either picking up raw damage from Hexblade or for picking up heavy armor proficiency so I can be a brick. Because Rogue is the tankiest class in the game, and Rogue with damage reduction from heavy armor and then also heavy armor master is like super tanky. So, but if you're going to do a Shadow Blade on a Rogue and you are not playing Trickster, then just pick it up from Arabella's Ring. Even if you are playing Trickster, for a lot of the run, you won't have access to the spell yet, because you get your second level spellcasting at what, level 7? Yeah. Depending on your routing, you might not have that. Lost first solo run, got to level 4. Sorry on your run loss. What ended up getting you?
I know I haven't said. All the more reason to. And I wanted you to know. I'm all for it. But not to say I didn't develop a taste for good, better company. I feel. But be my mirror. What do you say? But I will slay their monsters. Keep. So I don't remember much of the battle. The frontiers demanded a blade. I can't bear to imagine the lives cut. A powerful friend with a... I can only leave the rest to your imagination. But it was...
Approval farming everybody. Thanks for the insight, of course. Back area of the Zent, one of the bros blasted the bridge out from under me. Could have gotten away. Just think about the bridge. Ooh, yeah, gotta watch that footing. Also, doing that at level 4, that's brave. I generally suggest, like, you don't need to get in combat before level 5. It's just not a thing you need to do. If you're comfortable, sure, you can take a couple here and there. Low risk ones. But that's one in particular that I wouldn't take. Gale's still chilling over there. No rush to recruit him, because we're not going to be able to riz him up anyway. Get the Infernal Alloy from Kith. Hey, Nard, how are you?
Please, a quick look. Take a look. Tell me what you see. And be thorough.
Forgot about bard options.
You recall there were also wisps.
What do you think? But my work is on. Well, let's see what you've got.
Bard can just do it in one check. Extremely common Bard W.
That's...
Gold accents aren't too tarnished yet.
This is a fight I don't need to take right now, but I'm feeling confident.
You, that rubble needs clearing.
All right, time to skulk about. This calls for careful footwork. Time to press ahead. What path lies before me?
So I shoved her off the cliff, fast traveled before she hit the ground, so when she died, I wasn't here. It's a kill counter. It's from a mod. It's a little imperfect because it'll count like when I have a minor illusion that gets dispelled, but it's mostly accurate.
In your own gob and stay quiet. They've been fed plenty.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. Carefully now.
Attack someone. Only the guards are allowed to do that, as this one is about to demonstrate.
More scans.
No. Combination of reeling and bane there. Made it so he didn't hit me. -3 from reeling, -3 from bane. Yeah, no crazy self-poison tech there. At least not this time.
Well.
Unfortunately for the Rothe, they are made of XP. Not their fault, but
Well, let's see what you've got.
tis what it is. I don't want to buy this polymorph scroll, but that could be very useful. So I'm doing it.
That's
That's a friendly-looking shadow. Don't want to draw any attention.
Attacked someone. Only the guards are allowed to do that, as this one is about to demonstrate.
You're gonna magic missile me, you're gonna enlarge, or you're gonna mage armor? Good old adamantine splint. She's trying.
Light on my feet. May the gods take you first.
That's most of the Dwargar dealt with. Still a couple over here, but it's disguised as Yankee.
True soul, no less. What do you think?
Buy your javelins and your healing potion.
Yeah, should split your head open and the stench don't lie.
Yankee
In
option.
that case, but whatever the spoils, we'll drop you a fat cut. You in?
This doesn't matter because I'm gonna kill him anyway.
Good. Now move.
So say your charm.
We take his gold. The shit goes down smooth.
You kind of wish I had Flurry of Blows for Philomene here. Purple Hand even. We'll make it work.
This calls for careful footwork.
Do need to grab Chasm Creepers. I expect to spend a lot of this run on Colossus Elixir.
Wait, bugger it. Go on. Drag me. Look, it's the whole damn reason we're here.
Fill me in.
Moving in.
I forgot to grab the forge quest before coming here, and then I forgot to talk to the gnomes before filming, but it's fine. Micro optimizations. Try to remember next run. Went to muscle memory.
No time to rest.
Heat up! Move, Hoon! Now, here then. Now move.
The parasite stirs.
A true glad he's stuck in there with poisoned geezers. We don't
Poisoned
get a month's
geezers.
thought.
Bracing down.
Attacked someone. Only the
I
guards
didn't.
are allowed to do that, as this one is about to demonstrate.
Buddy. Or it's me. It's me. Buddy, it's me. I think he knows it's me. Okay.
You're free to.
Sure it's you? Think so.
Attacked someone. Only.
It's fine. Still an advantageous position to start the fight. I get one inspo back by having Will in my party when I talk to Volo. I get one by bringing Karlak to the Hokora nest. Could recruit Galen. Do some of his stuff too. I can refill. Part of me wants to jump up here. I could also just reset the fight. Do you just live here now? Raymon's on his enlarge timer.
I'm done. I can't wait to sleep. Let's get going.
At least one person went invisible. Yeah, my Master Dunall is invisible, talking his shit right now.
Softer than a whisper.
Attacked someone. Only the guards are allowed to do that, as this one is about to demonstrate.
Breathe deep and move.
But Quag, you could have had good wisdom saving throws. Quag. Unworthy would actually be fine right now. A paratitty. Dex ability drain. Improving my hit rate as I hit them. Corsair Greymon drops 3 good weapons. Good for him. It's a shame he's not using any of them, but he has 3 good weapons on him. Roll good. Oh. Buy myself a turn to heal. They're next to this chasm now. But I don't have row people strength. Do happen to have Roaring Thunder. Looking for an angle here. So my preferred use of Roaring Thunder arrows is situations where you can go for a hit, and then, like, if they also get chasmed, cool, they died slightly earlier than you expected. But, I don't like using them just for the attempt of the knockback. And this spot is a little finicky, at least from the angle that I'm at. Yeah, that's not happening. I was worried she had high ground for a second. If I was all the way at the bottom of the stairs, she might have. Invisible walls, yeah. I like that emote. Shenpai has great emotes. That's the kind of situation I'm talking about. I scored a hit, and I got the fall damage. Roaring Thunder arrows are not consistent. So I discourage playing in a way where you are going for only the knockback.
Like, I happen to be using the Baneful right now, so I can line up situations where I've reduced their saving throws by enough where it's not completely unrealistic, but it's still, like, not ideal.
And I might have let my health get a little too low here. Of 19. Alright, I'm good. Barely. I meant it when I said barely. Sounds like a non-EK problem.
True.
Softer than a whisper.
Using your Roaring Thunder arrow on that? Okay.
Let's get this over with. Swift as my feet can carry me.
That? No. Was uncertain.
Try me. Might be useful.
Went through all my big heals. Over here, though. I'm gonna start up Hammer After Tempest Cleric, Fleet Fingers, Lightning Charge Boots, other than the ring that throw drops on the way to boost thunder damage. I don't think the ring applies to that. Hammer Raft damage is weird and it's like not really boostable.
Let's have a look.
But an unlisted thing with Hammer Raft is it triggers off of flying. So just get a ton of movement speed and like access to flight and then just fly back and forth.
What's inside?
Want to use the base find familiar creatures more. A handful of effects they have just don't have saving throws. Yeah, I gotta use those more.
Another mask. The Americans.
What do I want to handle near? Suppose I have a bunch of these, so.
Have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it. These things are very interesting.
Can you hear me? Beldron!
Doesn't. So you care.
Hey, buddy. Two crit misses. Important stuff. Hammer Raft damage is just doing a lot of it. It gets no really impactful damage boosts. Get tons of movement speed and fly or step of the wind. You can also use it to destroy things in your environment. Like, say it has a Hammercraft Grim strat, which is kind of funny. You could just like flip the levers and stuff by simply moving. But it's not terribly interesting. It's something that you whip out as a tool for like if you want to flex on a particular fight. Or a specific counter to a thing, but I think you'd get very bored with structuring a run around it. personally.
You're in my...
Mage Hand just casually saving on that. That's amazing. Buccaneer. Or decided to hang out like in the wall.
Heretic! You should never have come here.
Hang on, style. Style. Job, Mage Hand.
There's an illicit parasite in that corpse. You should take a look.
How much further can I go? I want to have a word.
I shouldn't be surprised, and so? Certainly not.
And better now. Beltr. No, okay. I'm grateful. Don't mistake me, but here, things the cult would like. That business.
Yeah, good stuff. That's Grimforge cleared. Can't think of anything else. Oh, I gotta grab the last double coil on this. Aside from that, that's Grimforge cleared.
Good idea, I think.
Oh, Ancient Forge, still have the Lava Elemental. And grabbing the Sentient Amulet. Sentient Amulet matters on this run because it's a key point sustain. Even if only a little bit. And a shiny.
No traps, please. More for me.
I'm getting some silly ideas. So, like, does anyone know if you can use Control Undead on the self-same trial enemies? Because... that possible solo. I'm unsure. Because I'm thinking if you successfully stick the control, are you gonna outlevel yourself? They're always level 7. I don't believe they go higher. They are 7 levels in every class. Being counted as level 7. Or 7 in every class you have, I should say. So it means you just need to be level 8. Like, if it works, if you can stick the control, then you can, polymorph or dollyport out, theoretically. I just don't know what the trial does to you if you, like, actually get out. That's my next question. But it would be funny to just equip the exact loadout you want, have a clone there, control it, and then you have a devil foil mask buddy. Might have Cheater's Folly on you forever. You can remove Curse that, pretty sure. But, like, I don't know how it'll interact. I've never tried to break out of that room before. It's just an errant thought. Something to investigate. That's something Say would definitely be into.
Shouldn't have wished to live in interesting times.
Go here so that the gnomes show up here.
It's past time we were back in this.
For that 25 XP. I need to refill my inspos now. Hey, Athena.
Well met.
You could remove Cheater's Folly, but the condition you have for the trial would still stick, right? I suspect so, but I think the application of Cheater's Folly might come from... So, like, I forget how the actual condition for the trial works. Is it that attacking anything other than your copy gives you the thing? Or is it that the copies have conditions that if you attack them and you are not the original? Like, I suppose that matters. Also a theoretical. If we could somehow figure out how to keep your controlled undead with you from that into Act 3, then this opens up the option of having Jaheira do it, provided the trials still work after you've been to the Act 2 finale. Never tried that. Because then you could use Khalid's gift so you can't be cursed. Defeat your reflection to complete Shar's trial. Attack another player's reflection will incur Shar's wrath. So you're not attacking the other reflections, is the thing. So, like, I wonder about the stability of that particular loophole. Like, I wonder how accurate that description is to how it would handle attacking anything else. Because, again, you're not meant to have access to anything else. 6 sorcerer, 6 wizard, a decent mostly for RP purposes, like to make sure it's not actively detrimental. I mean, I don't really know what you're doing, so I'm inclined to just say no most of the time. There's situations where that split makes sense, but like, what are you doing? Can't answer that without context.
I was just settling in and reviewing my latest findings. Mind flayers, cultists, and, of course, your esteemed company.
What sorcerer, what wizard? Like, you could make a case for that being a good acid splash build setup. Like 6 draconic, black, and then 6 evocation. That'd be decent.
Well met. Are you sure? And
But like, what are you doing?
Copper for your thoughts.
Probably Storm Evo. I mean, Starpy valued for Gale living up to his namesake, still being a wizard. Then why are you asking? Yeah. Like, if it's purely RP value, then like do whatever. It all works. But like, mechanically, you are making your Storm Sorcerer weaker by taking Wizard, and you are making your Evocation Wizard weaker by taking Storm Sorcerer. Also, if your build is specifically like, hey, this is what I have at level 12, remember how little of the game level 12 is. So what are you doing before then? You're being exceptionally bad at being both a wizard and a sorcerer? Like, why multi-class at all? Why can't he just be a wizard?
Soldier. Really? Oh.
Like, I get it, Gale, Storm, I get that part, but by that logic, you'd also have to include Tempest Cleric. Probably have to include Druid, because nature and storms are a natural disaster. Like, how deep does that rabbit hole go? So at the end of the day, if you are going for RP value, then just do whatever sounds cool in the moment. And if you're going for mechanics, well, that's a different question. Ultimately, in BG3, the game is balanced so that everything is viable. If you really want to force something to work, you can. Proficiencies are also lacking that split. Yeah, Wizard and Sorcerer both have, like, abysmal starting weapon and gear proficiencies. Human helps on the defensive ones. But, like, your weapon proficiencies are gonna be fucked. Like, you're not gonna have mace or club proficiency, which is really weird. It's just, like, annoying. You'll only be proficient with light crossbows of every ranged weapon type.
Still alive. So much progress.
Picking a lane makes sense. Like, Storm Sorcerer is... I don't think it's even close in terms of, like, most powerful sorcerer multi-class. Or, subclass, rather. I don't think it's even close. I think Storm Sorcerer just takes that. You could just commit to that. Well, like, I guess RP-wise, maybe you want Gale to still have Wizard in some capacity. You could do an 11-1 split then, at that point. You'll be slightly nerfing your Sorcerer abilities, and not really getting much from the multi-class. But, like, you could just treat it like your pure class Sorcerer at that point with some flavor options. Or you could go Wizard and just do usual Gale stuff and go for thematic spells. Keep in mind, for Evocation Wizard, your notable features are levels 6 and 10. So 6/6 still gets you the level 6 one, but like, okay, what are you going to use that to boost? Art of the Storm from Storm Sorcerer won't be applicable on any of the spells that Potent Cantrip would be applicable to, excuse me. So the features aren't going to be interacting. Whereas the level 10 feature supports your damage on either the Shock and Grasp side, if you're clicking that, or on the Acid Splash side if you're leaning into Potent Cantrip. What am I on? Oh, it's almost 7. Alright, let's free Halcyon. But this is a good conversation starter. Multi-classing. Always remember, gamers, that multi-classing is not inherently stronger than pure classing. People believe it to be, but usually that's just through A, not understanding opportunity cost, and B, not having read high-level class features.
Don't want to draw any attention.
I could go Spell Sparkler here and try to just snipe the kill with an Eldritch Blast. But I think going Titan String Bow, Candle. I still gotta deal with Quag too. I can wait.
I need a little extra edge.
It don't look so scary now.
No surprise because she got outright one shot, but it's fine. If you're gonna multi with either Tempest or Nature Cleric's nice, or both. Storm really likes heavy armor. Yeah, Tempest Cleric would be thematically in line because you'd have that reaction that does thunder damage. You'd also pick up always prepared Thunder Wave. Always prepared Fog Cloud could even be applicable. Yeah. The Tempest Cleric 1, and then Evo Wizard 10. Even leaves you room to get a second level of Tempest Cleric, and then you could force max rolls on your lightning spells if you want to do that. Because wizards don't have a level 11 feature other than another pick from the spell list. Fuck you, Alison. It was extremely counterproductive. I just thought it would be funny. Hey, I was right.
On my way. Here we go again.
Just clearing the grease for him to not slip. Oh, yeah. I'm surprised he lived. His wild shape lived, I guess. If that had been a crit, he could have actually just fully died. Really, Halson? Needed a 6 to hit. Okay, be lethargic next turn. Dumbass is probably gonna need help.
Good. Again.
You just max roll Lunar Mend. No. 24 is max roll. Like, I thought Lunar Man was a D6. That would almost make it a good healing ability.
Pardon the vessel. You either way, I owe thanks.
I don't know.
That must be where these enchantments are placed on them. I had no idea anyone. If you want to find a cure, I cannot allow these butchers. They are the ones holding these parasites together. There is no safety.
It's been a long day. I need to rest soon. Open up.
It has been a long day. We do need to rest soon. Not yet. You just want to eat the bear myself, not have to share with goblins.
Decaying legs protrude. The body comes.
The body comes. Good job, Johnny. Alright, Jack. Legally distinct.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
So we're 4.6k off of level 7. We haven't dealt with Githyanki, Bawal, Lava Elemental. Collectively, that's not that much. That's like 2,000. Certainly possible for me to hit level 7 before dealing with Goblin Leaders. I just don't know if there's any merit in me going out of my way to do so. I got a little more in me, just a little bit. Honor mode. Hey, Irish. I'm using cheese like the adamantine splint. That's cheese. I don't know how, but it's good, so clearly it's cheese.
Can't risk being in open view.
Is this the only time in the history of the world Fireball has been good? Gaming. What if? Another one. It was this or sell them. That was a good roll. That's more what it looks like. Exceeded saving throw at neutral damage. This one was succeeding saving throw while ball. This was failed saving throw neutral. Zoom. And a very high roll of damage. Oh yeah, 18 dex. My bows are accurate. Explain how Executioner works in Killer Sweetheart. Like, does it consume the crit on the very next attack? So, when you charge up Executioner by getting a kill on a hostile creature, you have it available as a reaction that does not consume a reaction point, but it basically allows you to replace the result of an upcoming attack with a crit. It'll tell you what you rolled and ask you if you want to use Executioner. Unlike Luck of the Far Realms, you could use it on a miss, so it is extremely good for consistency. You can turn even a natural 1 miss into a critical hit if you want to. Uniquely with AoE weapon maneuvers in general, you can say yes to every prompt for Executioner for all of the attack rolls, and it will have all of them crit. Because it was all part of the same attack. So doing like Whirlwind Attack or Edge of Darkness with or Volley with Killer Sweetheart is like very, very, very strong. AoE cone from Tiger Wildhair Barb count? Should? The way Executioner works on saving throw effects is weird. I believe it also just, like, if you use it, if let's say you shoot an arrow of ice at someone, and you say no on the attack, but then you say yes when it asks you on the saving throw. I believe you just make them roll a 20.
What's that cleft there?
Which, not conventionally useful. I'm sure that has a use. But, can't think of one off the top of my head. Sparkle hands are gonna be a nice damage injection. My bonus action strikes, I can build lighting charges off of them.
Seems simple enough. Come, Silver. Stay close.
Through the mute. Like you wreck.
Be able to get an inspo off of persuading Quag here. Forgot to equip this. Shouldn't matter. If it does, then oh well.
Why are you here? I sent you to Zevlon. What?
You think yourself...
As you say, Olladin.
Oof.
No. You watch Korga closely. If she Korga, I the foreign in
when so
care.
Like how the druid option isn't what bailed me out there, it's the bard one. Like, okay. Can't druid her out of a place she didn't druid herself into or something? Yeah, I guess. Bro, zooming. Okay, Wrath. Don't run. Bro, what are you doing?
You once... Sylvan, there what? You take our gift.
Oh yeah, I am a druid.
And be known. May I not be the last one. My fate lies with Sylvan, however he judges. Meanwhile, well, I won't forget the wounds I've...
Cool. So, Pale Oak is money. Not a particularly useful effect, but it is money. Right, Jake?
Just out of view. Another step forward.
Did I take nature proficiency? I need one more inspo. I don't want to start consuming the sage ones. What's available? I shouldn't have spent all those on Birthbar, but whatever. Ah, the maddest one.
Hold out your hand. Go on. Take this ring. Anyway, forget that. Take the ring. I want to show you how lucky it is. Call it. Heads or tails. I've got more where that came from. Real cheat too. Interested? I don't know what you mean. Hey, that hurt. Uh-huh. And I promise this isn't a tinker's... Last chance. You want to look at my stuff or not? No.
So that's the Entertainer inspo. Then also the XP from not getting robbed. I flipped the coin again. It is funny how exasperated Mattis gets. Ever tried Path of Exile? No, I've been told that I would probably like it, but I definitely don't have time for it. That sounds right. Time to wall. We're going for the no sacrifice wall. So that's gonna involve using Minor Illusion to move Pooldrift the Zealous away, pickpocket the Sickle of Bawal, trigger the dialogue, and succeed checks. Now I wanted to wait to do this till at a cleric level because it does simplify the process a bit. Gives you an easier dialogue path. But I feel like doing it now.
Never mind.
Which way are you going, Pooldrift? A long way. saw me at the last possible second.
Swift as my feet can carry me. That's a friendly-looking shadow. Oh, my hand slipped.
Easy stuff.
These boots have seen everything.
That's the first bit. That.
Light on my feet.
Away. These beings are
The nature check.
Our Lord of Murder demands sacrifice.
You sent.
Let's go with the strength check, because I have +4 guidance and advantage. Look at me, if there's any god of death here, it's me.
You feel the presence.
Don't do it. Shut it, you.
Up before Boal's chosen. Cool. It's 830 XP and Boal's benediction. Grab this gold, then I'm gonna fuck off before Pool Drip recognizes he's been robbed. And we're good. That went well. About 3k off a level 7.
As bad as it could have.
Yeah, the Sickle of Boal is like Redcap Sickles. It's mildly interesting in that it's 2d4 instead of 1d4 on its damage. You've been caught stealing. You're headed for the shells.
Show me again? Not now. We're working. Remember?
Hey, buddy, what do you need? You thirsty? Yeah, I think he's thirsty. I'm ending stream soon. Yes, you are a couple. I know you know.
I had a feeling you'd be back. Anything else?
Here goes nothing.
He's a sweet boy. He also thinks everything is food. It could be that too.
Told the druid it's sparse. It's no small. We'll.
Another 45 XP from that. Making very good progress. Could equip that for a while. Do something like this. I prefer the movement speed, actually. But now we have Ring of Protection for when we decide that we do want it. Thoughts on Expedition? Great game. If you've not played it, go into it completely blind. Don't let anyone dictate your experience. And it's very much worth your time. Yeah, we're at a pretty good, I think what is an organic stopping point. Next session, I'm going to probably start off with a long rest. We can knock out the Lae'zel romance scene. And then start planning to end Act 1. I'll need to knock out Minthara. Grove Defense would be the most XP, but, like, I want to maximize my chances of knocking her out safely. I have had her sniped by tieflings before. Or by even her own sappers. So yeah, we'll be able to move on to Act 2 next session. Tomorrow is Sunday. I don't stream Sundays. So, you'll have more of this on Monday. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Let's see who's live. Where can we go? Date is on. Double Axe playing Hollow Knight. Yeah, let's go over to Date. Feed me, Quag. I'm a starving cat. Never been given a meal. I'm perishing. Your cat, probably. He's being very good. By his standards. Now, I think that's because I have enough desk clutter that he sees he doesn't have a clear path. But, you know, it's fine. It's fine. But yeah, thank you everybody for hanging out. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, rest of your weekend. And I will see you on Monday. Bye-bye. Oh yeah, if you got my emotes. Yeah, Jiggle, etc. But Dade's doing her radiant damage only run. I don't know how far she is in it right now, but we'll see. Anyway,